Gaucher, retired professor from the Department of Criminology at the University of Ottawa, who's had a long involvement in prison justice and prison abolition struggles, as a longtime editor of the Journal of Prisoners and Prisons, professor in the Department of Criminology. '83, which was originally in '83, which was originally the International Conference on Prison Abolition, and here to talk to us about Prisoners Justice Day, which he has written extensively about. First question, for those who are unfamiliar with PJD, where did it come from and why?
Well, I think you have to go back to the era in which it arose. It's an era of prison disturbances starting in the 1960s that exploded in the 1970s. Precipitating the event was the riot at Atkinson Penitentiary in 1971 that led to the premature opening of Millhaven Penitentiary. And Millhaven, from the beginning of its reign, was a nightmare. Prisoners had to run a gauntlet going into the institution, prison guards with billies, the violence and turmoil that beset that institution for the next 10 years really was the prompting incidents that led to the creation of Justice Day. In Millhaven, there had been a quarter-century group that evolved into the Odyssey group that produced a magazine. They were a prisoners' rights group dedicated to using nonviolent means to effect change. You have to understand that in the mid-1970s, there were prison disturbances across the country. It was an era of riot and demonstration that had really not been achieved to that extent before. The argument from the Odyssey group in terms of what they were was, and I quote, "To bring the attention of the public what we, the members of the Odyssey group and other contributing authors, believe to be gross injustices perpetrated by the Canadian Correctional Service and Canada's justice system. Via briefs, they produced a penal press magazine, newsletter, and they established Prison Justice Day." From the onset, the Odyssey group had outside visitors. There was 15 members of the group, and each member could have one visitor. One of the groups that played an instrumental part in giving life to the Odyssey group and support was the Ottawa Civil Liberties Association, which maintained the liaison. It included Liz Elliott, who was one of the grand supporters of Prison Justice Day throughout her life. The main issues that were brought up by the Odyssey group were the concept of dangerousness. That is, this classification and cascading system they had. They produced new supermax like Millhaven, and they intended to do a graduation of prisoners under various security codes. They also were very concerned with the administration segregation. And MinSeg was used by prison authorities on virtually any motive. Prison Justice Day originated in Millhaven, August the 10th, 1975. It was commemoration of the first anniversary of the suicide death of Eddie Nayland in the shoe at Millhaven. It led to a hunger strike, work stoppage, and a day of mourning. By the summer of 1976, prisoners in Millhaven were able to establish August 10th as a Memorial Day. Quote, a day in which prisoners pay tribute to prisoners who have died in the country's prisons. A day to demand prisoners' rights. Two principal organizers, Howie Brown and Jack McNeil, the first to formally define prison justice, they received immediate support inside and outside prisons. They got 100% support of prisoners in Millhaven, and it spread very quickly across the country. One of the major supporters was Prison for Women. Gail Horry, Joanne Mayhew, Melissa Stewart were all instrumental in getting that institution to support the initiative of prison justice. Tightwire, the penal press magazine from Prison for Women, noted that 98% of the prisoners supported the Prison Justice Day initiative in 1976. What we saw was from that point on a major expansion across the federal penitentiaries and some provincial, primarily federal penitentiaries. And it also garnered real support from the outside. And Claire Culhane in Vancouver led coalitions of prisoners' rights and feminist groups, held 24-hour vigils at British Columbia Penitentiary and the provincial prison of Ocala. Montreal, a prisoners' rights group, by 1978, the Law Union in Toronto had established Prison Justice Day presence. So what we see by 77, 78 is widespread support within, particularly maximum security prisons, but within Canadian federal prisons. By August 1979, all federal prisons, nearly 100% supported inside or outside. And outside support was increasingly taken in the form of vigils, demonstrations, press conferences, and presentations to federal authorities of prisoners' concerns. So we understood as the meaning of Prison Justice Day. Along with Eddie Nayland's death, the deaths of Bobby and Glenn Landers in Millhaven symbolized the initial protests of Prison Justice Day. Both were long-term prisoners and activists. Bobby died of a heart attack in the Millhaven shoe in 1976. Lack of medical support. He was written up in the Toronto newspaper. He entered Millhaven on May the 1st, 1976, and died by May the 22nd, 1976. Deaths at P4W at this time played a central role again. We have continuing number of Indigenous women suicides at P4W that really organized and energized the women in that institution. For prisoners, prison deaths symbolize the tenuous whole life and their vulnerabilities to the vagaries of institutional control. For the next 20 years, Prison Justice Day was the noted event inside and outside Canadian prisons. By 1981, Prisoners' Rights Committee of Montreal had garnered support from 20 unions and political groups in Quebec. By 1983, they reported support in Paris, including the programming by a radio station, Fréquence Libre. On the 10th anniversary, 1986, observances in Vancouver, international support messages from Solidarity arrived at this meetings from the US, Australia, Holland, England, and Scotland. So how should we understand this legacy? From the context of the origins of Prison Justice Day, we noted the collective actions of resistance, both inside and outside. From the twinning of the youth culture of the 60s and 70s, which intermixed with the street culture of the period, in prison life, it informed both the inside and outside actions. It was a generalized culture of resistance and activism, both inside and outside prisons at that time. The purpose of Prison Justice Day, I think, is to produce inside solidarity and outside exposure and some kind of public response. For it to really work, the two have to operate in concert. And that's where I think we are today. But the problem is how much support is there for Prison Justice Day inside? We can't have simply outside activities going on when there's no activities inside. So it's the combination of these two things, outside supporters publicizing the demands and concerns of prisoners, and prisoners themselves taking the lead to demand changes and to demand certain levels of prisoners' rights. So I think we're at a crossroads. There's been a dying off of support and instigation within our prison system. We don't have the messengers anymore that we had before that are informing the public and telling us what is occurring in the prisons. There's been a real, in the last 20 years since the Harper era, a real close down of interaction between outside people and inside prisoners. I think it's important for us to realize today, with all the attention paid to the legacy of residential schools, to the fact that our prisons are packed with Indigenous youth, both women and men. It's particularly the case in the prairies, but increasingly so in Ontario as well. So maybe it's time for us to reflect a little deeper. I wonder, where are the Aboriginal elders who were so active for so many years in prison reform movements? The Malcolm Norrises, the Art Solomons. Are the brotherhood groups taking part in Prison Justice Day? What is their sense of the initiative? I recall from talking to Aboriginal prisoners back in the 1960s that they spoke of residential schools as the undergrad degree for the penitentiary, that the penitentiary was the natural movement for many prisoners who have been residential school residents. So I think it's important for us today to also reflect on the role of criminal justice in the genocidal practices of the Canadian state towards Indigenous nations across this country. And I hope that the Indigenous leaders themselves will start to repay attention to their imprisoned populations, which was really the case from the mid-1960s through to about the year 2000. And so my sense is to really support those of you that are taking part in Prison Justice Day activities, are indeed engaging in this long-standing prisoners' mission.
The importance of Prisoners Justice Day today is to honor the people that have passed, our sisters who stayed with us strong through every bit of our time. Also, I'm here, and it's important to be here with all our sisters who are alive, and still we stick together and help each other out. And I'm here to honor everybody that is here today and that have, you know, been with me through this journey and who has walked with me and helped me through some tough times. And I am glad to honor my friend here who has been with me through thick and thin, and my friend Karen and my friend Joey and my friend Rachel. And they have been through thick and thin with me, and being in prison is a very nice way to say we love you, we miss you, and we always pray for you, and we are here for all of us, everyone past and alive.
Want to remember all of the women that passed away here in the 1980s. It was a suicide epidemic, and we lost a lot of good sisters. So it's, for me, it's a day of memorial. It's a memorial day to honor those women that have gone to the other side. And I'd like to just shout out to my bestie, Bev Auger, and all the love. I hope she's shining down on us today, and know that we love her and we miss her and we miss all of them from the bottom of our hearts. Yes. And we just want to shout out to all the men in prison, men and women in prison today, from the provincial prisons to the federal prisons, yes, all across Canada. Wupila, wupila. Mitakuyasan.
Well said. Joey.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. Hi, everybody. What Prisoners Justice Day means for me, it means a lot. And it's not just for today, it's every day. You know, we never forget. They're never forgotten, our sisters here. You know, and I ride with them every day in my prayers and my everyday life. And I do speak about this, you know, about the injustices of our women that had to take their lives. You just don't take your life because you were having a good time. And a lot of our sisters that passed here were from out west because there was only one prison. And so, you know, with that combined, you know, I should be crying. I am crying inside. My heart bleeds for, you know, every day for them. But you know what? They're happy too. Yes. They're in a better place than we are. We're the pitiful humans, you know, and you know, and I know they're always with us. They're always, and I'm with these ladies every freaking day, not just today. You know, we're just a call away, a phone call away. You know, and I, you know, one thing too that's important. We don't have Prisoners Justice Day T-shirts, and that's okay because we are here. Yeah, that we are not forgotten too. You know, it's not just about the ones in another world. It's about us too. We survived. We walked through these doors. Well, not this door, but A&E door, you know, and through the Sally Port. And, you know, and there was not just Indigenous women that died here. There was Shaggy, rest in peace, Shaggy. Yes. You know, and there was other, Terry Gagne, Bam Bam, you know, there was other women too. And, you know, Agnes and, you know, there's so many. And you know what? There's some that left here and died on the street, you know, out there. Yeah. They touch road. And even in institutions like Grand Valley, suicides happen there. And then they, you know, so it's just, it's big for me, you know, and yeah, so it never gets easier. You know, I hide my tears pretty well, my feelings, my emotions, but, and, you know, Creator knows what I feel. I hide my good.
Karen, do you have, you journeyed from Calgary to get here to have a reunion with all your sisters, so this year?
Yeah, and yeah, the prison justice system, and it's not a justice system, the prison system, there's no justice in it. It has a way to go at all. Still great work being done by now Senator Kim Pate on trying to get rid of segregation because it's dehumanizing and inhumane and
Yes.
Health issues.
Yeah, it's and a lot more awareness being raised and still needs to be raised about around individuals that come to prison and have huge mental health issues. So they end up doing long terms in segregation and just deteriorate. It like, it sucks.
Because the buttons.
You watch it slowly suck the life out of
Mhm.
somebody, and it's, yeah. And
It's hard.
Ashley Smith,
Yeah.
Tona, God love you, buddy. Diane, Bolton,
Yes.
people that,
Shouldn't have
like
been in
Diane,
prison.
for example,
Mhm.
she doesn't know which end is up.
I know.
Like, she's not capable of grasping right and wrong. How do you put someone like that in a prison and treat them like an animal,
Yeah.
Mhm.
right? They, in Spring Hill, they let her sit in her cell and be like full of poop and stuff, and they didn't care. It's like she's rotting away.
Yes.
It's terrible.
Poor Deanne Sharon too, right?
Deanne
Like, she
Sharon, oh
passed
my
away 2
goodness.
years ago.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
She did, eh?
It's important to
Health
draw
issues.
awareness to everybody
Yeah.
out there
Yeah.
who has never done time, who has, because we've walked with a lot of stigma. And people have turned on us because we're prisoners,
Yeah.
but we were also mothers, we were also sisters,
Yeah.
we were also cousins and aunts and grandmothers when, before we walked into this
Yeah.
prison.
Yes.
And all they did was treat us like animals, like we were nothing but a number.
Mhm.
And today, you know, my son was the first one born in Canada, here in the prison with
Yep,
me.
yep.
And I fought to keep him with me in the halfway house for 3 years. But while I was here,
Wow.
I was a good mother. They had all reports on me, but at the same time, they still called us animals and
Mhm.
Dennis the Menaces and stuff like this. So today is another day to bring awareness to everybody that we are human.
Yeah.
We are smart. We
Mhm.
stick together. We help each other as a unit, you know, and people don't understand that. I lean on my brothers and sisters all the time, and they're there for me, you know, when I need them. And that's the strongest of sisterhood that I could even speak of, because all we have to do is pick up the phone and we're there. Most people don't
real.
even understand that about us. How could you want to do that? Why would you, you know? So today is always about bringing up a lot of awareness and bringing up awareness to mental illness.
Mhm.
The way they treated people that had mental illness, they thought that they could just treat them any way they want, because people with mental illness don't always remember what's happened.
Ashley Smith.
Ashley Smith, you know, and being in SAG, I like to be, bring awareness, because when somebody would hang themselves, they would shut off the cameras and just let them hang. You know, they leave the room and let them hang, just like my friend Shaggy. How in the heck in the hospital
Yeah.
can you go under the bed and wrap a cord around your throat and kill yourself? Where's the nurses? Where's
Yeah.
the guards?
Yeah.
Nobody cares. There's another one gone. Just another Dennis the Menace, you know, or you guys will be back, or, you know, you can't, you're not human. How could you bring up a child? And
Yeah.
all the stigma around what the guards put out there about us is very unfair. So I'm glad today that you guys are here to bring awareness and support us in helping us show people that we are good people. We can work, we can talk, we can do anything. We can bring up our kids, our grandchildren, you know, and we honor our friends,
Mhm.
whether they're passed away or alive, they were still human beings, and they still can love each other and help each other through anything.
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, but I agree with everything Bobby says in every one of these women's words. And you know why? Love. I learned how to love here.
Yeah,
Here in prison, man.
love.
In prison. And that was with the medicine over there at Sweat Lodge. We never had nothing like that when I came here in 1979, June 13th. Nothing.
Yeah.
We had to fight for medicine.
Yes.
There was sisters here. They had nothing. So we
Yeah,
had to get, you know, Art Solomon. Late Art Solomon, he used to throw stones at Millhaven
Yes.
to get attention from the warden and them to let him in to talk to them. And then he started paving that road. That's late Art Solomon, man.
Yes.
Rest in
So,
peace, man.
yeah.
You know, and his wife. And then you had, you know, like that's the history. That's the true history.
But yeah.
We didn't even have a drum. I didn't even know what a drum was, because out west we don't drum on a big drum or hand drums. It's not a way. But I drum now because I'm allowed to. Because nobody's gonna tell me I can't do something. You tell me left, I'll go right. Just because You know what? It kept me alive, stubbornness too.
Another thing to bring
Stubbornness.
awareness to
That kept me
is,
alive.
the visitors, the family
I
of
love
visitors.
buggers.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would, treat them really bad. Like, I remember my son's grandmother, she was 80 years old. And they were trying to make her take off her, wedding rings because she might have dope in them. How do you put dope in a diamond? I'll never know. But I wish she'd showed me how, because I would have made it easier. And also, they make them take off their scarves, and people who have never been here before, to visit, it's very humiliating.
Yeah.
And women who have parents are from out of the country or out of town and stuff like that would not want to come here because of the way they were stripped down and the dogs jumping on them. And, the guards made it that way so people wouldn't come to visit, and it's very, 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 very dishonest of them to treat people the way they did, because a lot of people didn't get visits,
Mm.
and then, they would be kicked out because they wouldn't take their scarf off their neck or, so I
Mhm.
like to bring awareness to that too, because a lot of people have been turned away because of the way they've been treated by the guards when they come to visit,
Yeah.
you
The
know?
prison system is isolating. You're right, they treat us like animals. It's like our lives don't matter, right?
Prison-
We're just criminals and we're bad for society. But the thing is, what I see from everyone, because I never was in P4W, I was in Grand Valley Institution, and it's supposed to look nicer with cottages and everything, but it's the same crap, the way they treat the families, the way they take children away, people dying, like we said, Ashley Smith, Terry Baker died in 2016 when I was there.
There was even a suicide in the street.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Grand Valley.
And in segregation.
She went in, thing, and there was only one screw, and then that was Gaetan. And you know what? He got reprimanded because he cut her down in the shower.
Yeah,
Shame on the fucking CSCC.
yeah.
That never comes out. That's it. So he had to leave the country to go work in another country. And then after a year, and then he had to go back, And so this is how
Wow.
Correctional Service of Canada operates to this day. They don't give a hell about
Mhm.
us. We're just a fucking number to them. That's it. The more numbers come in, the more money for them and their fucking vacations and all that.
And we don't-
And their homes, education for their fucking privileged families.
But that's what
And
we
all
need in the community.
Was the biggest witch. She was the one that sent in the male goon squad to
Yeah.
do that to
Yes,
us.
she did.
In the SAG, in the hole.
she did.
I was one of them.
I
I was the
too.
first one. There's a
Mhm.
video.
Yeah.
And you know
I was
what?
Too.
There was me, I can tell you the
Dawn
8
was one.
women. And you know what? Dawn wasn't there.
All right.
In the 1994
Yeah,
incident,
I was there.
there's a video. We sued the government.
Yes.
And we won.
Brenda
Hell,
Akers.
yeah.
No, BA.
BA, Ellen Young,
Paula
Patton,
Betancourt.
Paula Betancourt,
Yeah.
Joey,
Yeah,
and BA.
yeah.
And it's important for the world to know what it's like. And then I see everyone that has
She
survived.
got fired because of that.
Yeah.
She sent the goons to do that. That's rape. No means no, man.
Yeah.
I want, you know what, if a screw does that to another person, I want them fucking criminally charged. If I was to touch a screw, I'd get charged.
Yeah.
So where's the law there? There's just us and just us there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's why we have to stick
Yeah,
together.
that's why we have to, they were never charged. Nope, they
No,
never went to jail,
I
nothing.
remember when they used to just
They
transfer them
just
to us
gave us
jails.
fines. Shut up.
My
That's it.
husband was a lifer in Millhaven, and he would tell me all the guards that got fired from here, not fired, but suspended or whatever they did, they sent them to the men's joints.
Yeah.
They got paid
yeah.
still, they got everything. And they did rape Ellen Young. They went
Yeah.
up her and
Yeah.
they were just saying, oh, we know you like that, because I was right next door with her in the hole when that happened.
Oh.
And she was screaming and screaming. Nobody came to help her. And they keep this all under the rug,
Mhm.
everything's swept under the rug. But the thing is, today we are speaking out.
Yep.
That I'm so proud of all us women today, that we are speaking out to bring awareness to people that these are the ways we got treated. And they wonder why we left the way we left, being so hurt and very anger and
Mhm.
bitter and stuff like that. We made it, but you know what? We all got jobs. We're all doing something very good, but they don't bring that up. They don't bring up things that we do good out here. Like we've all got jobs. We all have kids. We're all grandmothers. And we do not get credit for none of it,
And we
you
do
know?
public
We
speaking,
can
raising
public speak it,
awareness,
yes,
building a garden, right?
Yes.
There was an art show last year. That's what we're trying to do, is come together
yeah,
and show the world that even though the prison system fucked us up
yeah.
and hurt people and killed people,
Mhm.
we are strong, we're survivors, and we can make positive changes.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
another thing I'd like to change is the policy on, lifers. Okay, so, we do life, but at the same time, we should have the parole abolished after, say, 10 years or something, so we can get jobs and so we can go out there and work with other people. Because with my record, I've worked for 25 years with one boss. He died last week. I can't get a job right here in Kingston right now because of my record. And I've been out 30-something years. And so I don't understand why they cannot abolish that after a certain amount of time.
The life sentence should expire
Yes.
Yeah,
at 65 years old.
that exactly, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Pension age, that would be about time, eh?
Yeah.
A little late, I'd
And I
say.
still gotta work,
Yes.
You don't make much money on pensioner, but, I still work, I still look after my child, my grandchildren, and that's what they don't like to bring out in public. That we
Yes.
are just doing fantastic out here,
Yes.
and we still talk,
Yeah.
we still stick together, we're still all together as a group.
And one
Yes.
last thing before we end, just how does it feel to come together? We have women from all different provinces that came here to be here for Prisoners Justice Day.
Yeah,
It's a miracle.
it is a miracle.
It's a miracle that we've made it this far, and a lot of us have changed like the face of prison, in memory. And it was because of all the women that died in prison for
Mhm.
women that we were able to change the face of justice for women.
And bring
Yes.
justice to the women that have
Yes.
passed away now. Thanks to all you people, thanks to the professors, thanks to Kim Pate, thanks for all of you people for being involved to help us make awareness of this. Because if
Yes.
it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be talking at all.
I-
So I love to appreciate everything you guys do for us and Kim Pate and the professors and the volunteers,
Yeah.
they helped us along. They took us out to groups, made us life better.
I want to mention Dr. Bob Bader,
Mhm.
who was on the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
He died like 2 years ago, and he was a huge prison reformist.
Mhm.
So I'd like to say kudos to him and to his family and people that we uphold in our hearts and our minds.
Yes.
Wupila, wupila.
Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
solidarity.
Solidarity.
Thank you, guys.
The air was so hot and stagnant it was difficult to breathe. I lay perfectly still in an effort to avoid any exertion which might have made it worse. It was one of those sticky, humid days that never seems to end. Half dressed and face down on my bed, I was drifting in and out of consciousness. I felt her soft finger tracing a line along my back as she whispered loving words to me. I sank deeper into the gentle embrace of sleep's cool darkness. I dreamt of being held, touched, and loved. At some point, I awoke in a disoriented fog. As I struggled to get my bearings, I felt her fingers gently touch my arm, and I closed my eyes again. It felt like a moment, but it could have been an hour or maybe more when a loud moan jarred me awake. Instinct took over, and I was on my feet in an instant, ready to defend myself. Reality was slow to join me, but caught up a moment later, and I realized where I was. The smashing echoes of steel on steel seamlessly blended it with angry screaming voices. The cacophony of noise was the prison's endlessly cruel heartbeat. A sense of hopeless depression enveloped me. Only a moment ago I'd been in one of those deliciously pleasureful dreams that felt so real it hurt to wake up. The swarming sense of loss surrounded me and pushed me back onto the unforgiving steel bunk as I realized I wasn't with my wife. It had been years since I'd heard from her, seen her, or been touched by her. I closed my eyes and strained to get back to that wispy dream reprieve, back to my favorite alternate universe, back to sleep. I lay perfectly still, trying to tune out the metal slamming on metal, the barked orders, the hopeless pleas, and the angry screams. I'd been practicing meditation in prison for over a decade and had some ability to separate myself from my surroundings. Finding peace in the big house is a useful skill to acquire, but forgetting where you are isn't recommended as it can be dangerous in here. I calmed my racing heart while my mind tried to disengage from the cell block. At some point I drifted into my alternate reality, and again I felt her gentle touch on my cheek and then my lip. I wanted to retreat into her loving arms. Her touch was feather light when it tickled me. I shuddered involuntarily, and she was gone. I closed my eyes again, and soon she was back with me. I wanted her to hold me, but she never did. The food slot slammed open, and a tray of food was shoved in. I was back in the real world. I got up and looked at the tray with resignation. A warm cup of brownish liquid they called coffee, 2 slices of bread, a scoop of mashed potato, and soggy overcooked green beans, with a slice of bologna and a single packet of mustard. I keep telling the food steward I'm a vegan. I don't eat animal products, but he doesn't listen and they just don't care. So sitting next to the toilet, I ate my cold mashed potato sandwich with mushy beans and washed it down with the coffee. I placed my tray on the food slot, and a few moments later, it was pulled out and the slot slammed shut. I heard the guard yelling at someone to return the food tray. I lie down and try to block out the sounds. The dispute is one I've heard 1,000 times before. It permeates the atmosphere. It echoes in my cell and sinks uncomfortably into my pool. It feels like chewing tinfoil. I hate hearing these recurrent provocations that flow back and forth so easily from guards and prisoners. Abusive accusations, recriminations, and insults leaped out at each other effortlessly and thoughtlessly, with no human regard for the other, each justified in their own positions and never able to see the other's point of view. I try to get back to my wife, but I can't get past the iron door, and the more I try, the further away she becomes. I yearn to drift across the universe to that distant land, but the border crossing is closed. I just can't find sleep. So I sit on the floor with my back to the wall, hoping to absorb some of the coolness from the steel walls and cement floor, but to no avail. So I just sit in the sweltering heat, swimming in my sweat and filth. Showers here at the Hotel California are twice a week, if you get lucky. The guard bangs on the cell door and asks if I want to go to yard. I say no, without thinking. Yard is a small asphalt enclosure with high concrete walls. The sun never shines into the yard, but if you look up past the chain link fence, the razor wire that spans wall to wall like a porous steel roof, you can see the sky, maybe a cloud or two, and occasionally you might even see a bird fly by. No, I wanted to spend some time in the clouds, but with my wife. So I closed my eyes and tried to disengage from reality. The time dragged by and it seemed like I was still in the prison, but somehow I felt her fingers on my leg. Shocked and excited, I opened my eyes, only to realize it was a fly walking on me. I was greedy for human touch, so I closed my eyes and pretended it was her fingers. I tried to stay perfectly still because I didn't want to frighten the fly off and be left alone. As I sat there, the fly took off and landed on my shoulder. I noticed I was breathing shallowly as I could in an effort not to disturb the fly. On some level, I realized that this may be considered by the officials, or almost anyone, as strange behavior, but I didn't care what they might think. The world was so far away that nothing mattered. I remember wondering if I should be concerned about diminishing mental capacity. I had read that long-term isolation was bad for mental health. I surmised that simulated human touch was better than none. As I share this story now, I realize that this may be the first recorded symbiotic relationship between a fly and a human. The fly was getting nourishment from the salts and minerals in my sweat in exchange for allowing me to enhance my dreams with simulated human touch and thereby possibly avoid isolation-induced correctional dementia. I found myself trying to stay very still so I wouldn't frighten the fly away. Whenever I was let out of my cell, I would try to catch more flies and bring them back to my cell, my eyes constantly scanning for flies. No matter what I was doing, if a fly landed on me, I would instantly become still and let them walk around. From time to time, my limited landscape was void of any flies, and whenever there were no flies to accompany me, I felt prison's loneliness more profoundly. I've heard of people becoming more susceptible to depression during the winter months due to a lack of sunshine, but it appears I had a completely different reason. One day, while time was whittling my life away, I felt a sharp pain, and I noticed a fly was on top of a cut on my arm. I waved the fly away, but it came right back to the cut again. After several waves, I realized the fly was very interested in the blood from the cut. I knew that it was probably a bad idea to let a fly walk around drinking from a cut, so I covered the cut with a piece of sticky tape from an envelope. The fly continued to look for the cut, but couldn't find it. As a result, I got the idea to bite my cheek and mix the saliva with blood and then spread the mixture on the inside of my forearm, as the skin there was more sensitive. The fly was very interested in this and spent a great deal of time walking around on my inner forearm seeking the source. I spread some of the mixture on the sensitive area of my neck. This unconventional relationship has gone on for decades, and while I can't recall how many flies have kept me company throughout my incarceration, I can say I appreciated the moments that they allowed me to dream that I was somewhere else with someone I loved.
Hello, my name is Cyrus Marcus Ware, and I am coming to you today on Prisoner of Justice Day to read this book, Abolition is Love, which I made in 2023 with Alana Fricker, and is set on Prisoner of Justice Day, and it's about this young person here and the first time that they're getting to hold their own candle at Prisoners Justice Day at the vigil. Today is August 10th, Prisoners Justice Day. We're getting ready for the rally, painting signs and working on banners. I'm learning about abolition. And there they are, working on a banner with one of their parents while the other parent is cooking. Papa says abolition is love. It's a way of dreaming about the future and making sure that we all get to be free. Daddy says abolition means getting rid of prisons and police and systems that hurt our people, like racism and ableism. And look at this world that they're in. And there's some protesting happening there and a sign that says, "We keep us safe." They both say that abolition is how we're going to get free and what we're going to do together when we are free. And here they are bringing some food to their neighbors in tents. The main character is writing to their Uncle Mark, and they're painting a mural here. Even the bumblebee is spelling out the word freedom. Abolition is like planting a bunch of seeds and watering them to make sure they grow. Abolition means love and care and taking care of each other even when we make mistakes. And they were making this garden, and unfortunately this tomato plant fell, but that's okay because we all make mistakes. I'm helping Papa make an accessible park in our community. Making safe spaces for us all to gather is part of abolition. He says that when we make sure that we are all planned for, we are all anticipated. That is abolition. And there they are, drawing this beautiful, accessible park for their community. Sometimes abolition means learning to work through conflict. My Auntie Jessica came to visit and brought my annoying cousin Curtis with her. We got in a big fight when he spilled my prized collection of rain balloon bracelets all over the floor. Auntie Jessica came in and told us we needed to solve our conflict together with love. Look at all those bracelets all over the floor. She asked if what happened was a big problem or a little problem. We had to sit down together at the craft table and draw a chart of problems. Big problems were big bars colored in red and were big things that were hard or scary or dangerous. We drew different sized problems from big down to tiny. And you can do that at home just to help you to assess, is this a big problem or a little problem or a medium problem? Okay, so was knocking over the bracelets the biggest problem ever? Was it a medium-sized problem or a little problem? Auntie Jessica asked. From the other room, Papa chimed in. I know. Shush, Auntie Jessica said, waiting for us to think about it ourselves. Maybe a little problem because I really like those bracelets. Maybe a medium problem because I really like those bracelets, but maybe a little problem because none of them were hurt, I offered. Under his breath, Curtis said, "Seems like a tiny problem to me," and we both smiled. Auntie Jessica smiled too. Auntie Jessica helped us make a plan to share our toys and the room. Feeling heard and having our needs met is abolition, and abolition is love. And they've got these different zones, a reading zone and a skateboarding zone and a craft zone. On Sunday, my daddy took me to visit Uncle Mark at the jail. We had to take 3 buses, and I packed some drawings in my backpack to show him. When we got there, we had to be sniffed down by a scary dog. I love seeing Uncle Mark, but I hate going to the jail. And there they are in the VNC Visitor Center. Daddy says in the future, we won't ever have to visit anyone in prison because we will all be free. He says we will respond to conflict, crisis, and harm in better ways. There will be no prisons in the future, Daddy says. So there's Uncle Mark leaving jail, and there's their community really transformed. Looks very different from some of the earlier pictures we saw. They have a community library, a free school, a housing co-op. This is my favorite page. Sometimes abolition looks like sharing, and everything on this page is sharing. Cats sharing some food, people sharing a scooter, a car share, sharing food and mutual aid with each other, a clothing swap, very beautiful. My friend Miata's mom lost her job and they might lose their home too. We are working together as a community to keep the rent paid and to keep them housed until she can find more work. Miata's mom says this is part of abolition too, making sure that we all make it. And there are people protesting on the street, but also protesting from their homes here, which we also do. They're doing all these different ways to raise funds. At Freedom School, we are learning about Black August, which was started by prisoners and is a time to learn about Black justice and liberation and history. My teacher says this is abolition, carrying on the traditions of prisoners and making sure that we each one teach one. The Black Panthers had this idea that when you know something, you have a responsibility to pass that knowledge on, to keep it going. Each one teach one. And there they are. It says Black August in this poster, and it's actually Black August right now, which is a time to really think about Black liberation and justice and to learn as much as we can. And it grew out of prison systems and abolitionists who were living inside. So the next page says, I get to hold my own candle at Prisoners' Justice Day this year. Papa and Daddy say I'm old enough. Tonight we will read the names of people who have been hurt by prisons, and we promise to meet every year until all prisoners are free. And there's the activists gathering outside, maybe like you are doing today, depending on where you are. Maybe you're in one of the places where there's a vigil or a rally happening in your community. Whoops, I'm just missing a page. In the meantime, we will work together to water the seeds of abolition. We will plant gardens and build community centers. We will create housing and programs that support community, and we will turn towards each other when problems happen and work through them together. And this is the same scene you saw on the first page, but now the prison is a free housing co-op, and there's gardens, and the police car has been turned into a garden, and there's lots of different possibilities. There's windmills, there's people harvesting food. We will help each other get free along the way to abolition, because abolition is love. In the future, we will all be free. And look, there's Uncle Mark, and they're getting to hang together on the beach and be together as they watch the sun set. And then the dedication says, to Eddie Nalen, whose death in 1974 sparked Prisoners' Justice Day, and to Peter Collins, whose political art brought word from inside to the community. To all of our siblings inside, we will continue to fight for your freedom. So that was Abolition is Love. I hope that whatever you are doing to commemorate Prisoners' Justice Day today is beautiful, is meaningful, and that all of the folks inside know that we are gathering again for another year to fight for your freedom and to fight for justice. So until we are all free, abolition is love and is a way towards the kind of future where we all get to thrive. I hope that the rest of your Prisoners' Justice Day is beautiful. I do have a sweatshirt on right now because it's cold in my apartment, but this is a shirt made by Peter Collins for Prisoners' Justice Day many moons ago. So just to bring Pete Collins' art into the story today. And this artwork, the drawings for this book were created by the incredible Alana Fricker. So have a great rest of your day, and let's continue to gather until we are all free.
Good evening, everybody. I believe we are live. And welcome to Prisoners' Justice Day 2025, which happens to also be the 50th anniversary in Canada of the Commemoration of Prisoners' Justice Day. My name is Desmond Cole, and I'm speaking to you from Toronto. Treaty 13, the traditional territory of many Indigenous nations, including the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Huron-Wendat, the Chippewa, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. And I'm going to turn it over to my co-host this evening to say hello to.
Good evening, it's Al Jones. I'm speaking to you live from Jibuktuk, the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We're so honored to join you here tonight. This is 51 years since Eddie Nayland's death in Millhaven and 50 years since prisoners began recognizing his death and protesting the conditions that led to it through fasting, striking, and then, of course, solidarity actions with those of us here on the outside. So we are back on Pjd TV. It's a great honor. There's many people in the background that are making this happen. I want to shout out Justin Pichet, who's going to be doing the tech all night, CPEP group, and so many of the organizers and members of the community, and especially formerly incarcerated people and currently incarcerated people that will be joining us tonight.
Absolutely. And people have been commemorating today. People have been striking from inside of the prison and jail walls. We're going to be hearing from a whole bunch of people who have had events or continuing to have events across the country. And we want to start off this evening by, of course, reminding about the history that Al just referenced. And I'm going to read from a statement that was created in 1976 on June 14th, which really sparked the whole reason why we're here this evening. On August 10th, 1976, the prisoners of Millhaven Maximum Security Prison will stage a one-day hunger strike in remembrance of our two fallen comrades, Edward Nayland and Robert Landers, who died in Millhaven segregation, solitary confinement, on August 10, 1974, and on May 21st, 1976, respectively. And in remembrance of all our fellow comrades and brothers and sisters from prisons across the country who died in the hands of an apathetic prison system and its people. Furthermore, it is a protest against the Millhaven administration, the Canadian Penitentiary Service, and the members of Parliament for their continued indifference to the recommendation of the inquest jury made at the inquest into Edward Nayland's death. The recommendations concerned emergency first aid procedure, medical and psychiatric treatment for solitary confinement prisoners, and that the emergency signal systems in the cells and the time clock, which assures regularity in range patrols, be made functional, and that steps be taken to provide that they remain functional. None of these recommendations were enacted by the above-mentioned authorities. We protest against the continuous inhumane use of solitary confinement, segregation, and the repeated whitewashing by spineless individuals in the government who are forever having inquiries into the use of solitary and its effects on a person's mental and physical state, and then hide their real facts of its use from the people. We call upon our brothers and sisters from all prisons across the country and upon all concerned peoples of Canada to give their support to our one-day hunger strike in remembrance of our comrades and to unite as one voice in our struggle for better understanding, compassion, and equal justice for all. Signed, Jack McNeil and Howard Brown, for the prisoners of Millhaven. And then, of course, we know that later in that year, on August 10th, of course, of 1976, thousands of prisoners in Canada went on a one-day hunger strike. And while Prison Justice Day committees were formed in Quebec, Ontario, British Columbia, to organize community events to draw attention to prison concerns. I'll turn it over to Al.
Thank you, Desmond. And those words still resonate, perhaps more than ever. It's been 50 years that Canadians have been gathering inside and out to recognize this day, and many of the demands remain the same. So thanks to the Journal of Prisoners on Prisons, which is the only peer-reviewed journal that publishes work by incarcerated people. In this 1991 edition, I'm citing this because this is the archive in history we also want to highlight tonight, the long history of prison organizing that has taken place. So I'm going to read the original demands. So it says, Prison Justice Day, August 10th, 1979, for the end to senseless deaths in prison in support of human rights for prisoners. And then it says, to attain the right to meaningful work with fair wages, the right to useful education and training, the right to proper medical attention, the right to freedom of speech and religion, the right to free and adequate legal services, the right to independent review of all prison decision-making and conditions, the right to vote, the right to form a union, the right to adequate work and fire safety standards, the right to open visits and correspondence, the right to natural justice and due process. And then, as a note says here, these demands have not changed substantially over the years. And other than the right to vote, which we're still fighting for municipally, most of those demands still speak to the conditions today. So today we are gathering not only to recognize the courage and advocacy of those inside prison, but also to commemorate in particular those who have passed in this year and others inside prisons. And so today's event also commemorates deaths in custody. So as we're going to go through the night, we're going to drop in on different events across so-called Canada, from coast to coast to coast. And we'll also be conducting some live interviews. There'll be some footage. So it's a wild ride. Stay with us, but we're in for a beautiful night of remembrance, celebration of those who have survived and who have continued to bring their legacy, and increased in ongoing struggle for the fight still to come. Desmond, go ahead.
Thanks. It always is a beautiful event, and we're honored and proud to be with you. We're going to start off this part of the program with a statement from William Morris, who is the chairman of the Lifers Group at Bath Institution and was a former chairman of the Millhaven Lifers Group at the same federal institution, or excuse me, at the same Canadian federal penitentiary where PJD began 50 years ago on August 10th, 1975, a year after the death of Eddie Nayland. So let's hear that statement now from William Morris.
Storm clouds gather overhead, moving quickly over a darkening sky. Beneath it, there's two types of people existing and moving throughout their lives. Some like sheep, gathering and moving as directed. Others moving unexpectedly, wildly, with such ferocity and force, striking fear throughout all they encounter, like a bolt of lightning shocking them, which accompanies this building storm, sending shocks throughout our lives, set around a soundtrack, filled with sounds of automatic gunfire and loud bangs, paranoia and anxiety, as percussion grenades are practiced for when needed to control unruly protests or acts of violence that will not be tolerated and condoned. I've seen the anger, the hatred, the violence, which only begets more violence. Two sides constantly at war with each other, like two great prize fighters, but a contrast between good and evil. These two teams will forever be on opposite sides. Us, the visitors, and CSC, the home team, who does not play fair. They do not adhere to nor follow many of their own guidelines, rules and policies, nor procedures. The field's boundaries and goalposts are forever being moved out of reach, it seems. We are told to follow, listen, be responsible, accountable, honest, and walk a straight line. We are told to walk the path of others who have successfully navigated the reintegration process before us. Well, I am sorry, but story doesn't always end with sunshine and rainbows. Though I know my story will, I just know it. Though we experience glimpses from our past and whether they're filled with positive or negative memories or experiences, they also represent the opposition between two different opponents. I've talked about two sides, two faces, the ability to navigate a maximum security institution. I learned instantly in Millhaven. For close to 6 years in the same cell for 5 of those, back against the wall, standing beside and with others because you had to. Though at times it was against what I was raised to behave like or believe in, a direct opposite of how I treated others growing up, what I stood for, but at times exactly what I stood for. Again, yet he has operated like a bully, at times not adhering to policies, rules, and guidelines, which then it uses to discipline us when they need us, or deny us cascading to lower security. Healthcare is still difficult to access, though extremely overwhelmed. Mental health has 6 people that share offices for 500 inmates. What about fair wages and treatment? Fair treatment. It is a gray area when we need it always, it seems. I'm an advocate, a voice, someone who chooses to fast. Though I am aware and cognizant that Prisoners of Justice Day began not with a hunger strike, but with non-violent protests. It was not till the second death of an inmate at the direct negligence and ignorance of CSC, not following their framework and their own protocols that they set in place. I want to find solutions, express respect for those who who passed on with action, gratitude to all of you, whether you take part in Prisoners Justice Day or are simply just advocates. And to those who seek and find justification and reasons to not fast, I ask you this. Without the basic access and fundamental demands which were fought for and people died for, which many have yet to be realistically and adequately resolved, how can we have the ability to voice our concerns, articulate proposal or grievance on the issues without the unity and solidarity of those before us? I want to see those around us become the best versions of themselves. Change is possible. Administrative staff nationally simply end up benefiting and enjoying a day off each and every year. We sit here complicit, bickering amongst each other. Let's find solutions. Such difficulties as racial stigma, stereotypes, constant change of people in places or jobs who are here one day and then removed, triggering grief and loss issues, negative self-talk. Like, there's no point. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve happiness. Well, I say I do. I believe because of people like Susan Haynes and LOG volunteers, Danielle, people like Rick Sauvé, Seven Step Society of Canada, ex-volunteers like Claire Delisle, volunteers who engage with action, excitement, respect, solidarity. I say thank you. Let's recognize the positive things we're engaged in. Actively pursuing lawsuits, judicial reviews, challenges like the habeas corpus Frank Dorsey has, challenging our ability to appeal the security classification process from medium to minimum. How about fast and feast? Let's say on August 11th, we feast, celebrate the lives and our willingness to be part of the solution through action and discussions with people who don't treat us like we're less than. Volunteers who are committed and experience systemic issues and understand that we are being affected and not treated fairly. Systemic issues like the global practice, which has conditioned inmates and staff into workaround routines, navigating CDs as they see fit, which is not at all supported by CSC policies like CD 710, CX2 reviews, casework records, which without commitment to and complete understanding or adhering to it, will only be reflected positively for those who submit requests for a meeting or the appreciated, dedicated CXs who meet regularly, thoroughly, and add positive casework records as well. What about inmate pay reviews going undone? I began my federal incarceration almost 10 years ago. I've cascaded down to BAP, spending time in 3 different institutions. The issues are everywhere. The reality is many individuals, many lifers, either begin their bits warehousing themselves or told they must wait as the goalposts are moved and then they can apply to go to minimum security. They're being told things and set the standards for which they're constantly and is constantly violating procedural fairness by not complying with its own policies and mandates. It's not fair. We need solutions, programs such as intake primers for all entering the system, program access to them before their dates arrive, post-secondary education opportunities made more accessible, training for real-world job applications, certificates, tickets for welding, trades, construction. We need tablets. They could secure and monitor us on an individual's usage and control it within a secure network, accessible to improve professional and personal supports. We could use it for video visits, maintaining contact, building relationships, they could monitor and use it like the inmate phone system, tablets which would keep electronic records, not paper copies, then destroyed and shredded at the cost of endless trees, only adding to the negative impacts which affect us globally. I suggest public support a national petition signed by ourselves, our loved ones, and those who desire and see the need for change, bringing education and knowledge to use computers which dominate the real world. Computers are everywhere. Communication between our case management team would be extremely effective. Discussion between POs, CXs, healthcare, mental health, program facilitators, reports, scheduling appointments, notifications. Puppets could be used for interpreters, those who suffer from dyslexia and cannot read or write. It could teach them how to read and write. The ability to overcome many obstacles. The Supreme Court of Canada is overhauling the grievance process. Obstacles like computer access, responding to grievances in a timely manner are an overwhelming obstacle that are just too much for many people. We need to be the main part of our correctional plan. We are the focal point of our case management team. We could access agent information. This access would systematically increase an individual's overall accountability, improving dramatically effective communication and creating discussions with detailed logs, tracking, leaving a minimal gray area, such as I didn't get your request or I wasn't on the movement sheet. Basic skills that can translate into navigating CSC's real world, as well as basic communication between all parties. Effective, efficient, and productive member of our community could easily be translated into the real world, as we would be engaging in those exact same activities here. With the right motivation, engagement, determination, desire, and a willingness to adapt to the times, anything can happen. Change is inevitable. Growth comes from pain and action. Acceptance, the courage to do what it takes to accomplish your goals. Understanding your worth. This comes from many different facets, like mental health supports. How is it that at Bath we only have 6 workers for 500 guys and they share offices? We need education for staff, administration alike, surrounding education on cultural awareness, acceptance, understanding, and willingness to open your mind and see others for the positive work that they are doing. Changes. Stop simply just using a justification. Seek knowledge, learn policy, engage in being committed to your goals, beliefs, be open, learn, build supports, and advocate for yourself. Stop looking for excuses or entertainment in others' missteps, faults, and failures. In closing, I am a different person than when I entered. I am a father, a family man, a man who struggles. A brilliant woman once said, who I love and cherish deeply, you walk towards your pain to guide others from theirs. This Prisoner's Justice Day, I'm not judging others. I'm expressing my appreciation and honoring Prisoner's Justice Day the way that I know how, while staying true to myself and my goals. Thank you for everyone who supports and helps keep me on track. The saying, cons help cons, still exists. So solidarity, unity, and action still exists and is present within. That's it.
Thank you. And that was the live demands from Millhaven for this year and every year. So we thank you so much for that statement, the very powerful recounting of the conditions that still persist inside, and also the hope and resilience and transformation that also exists inside prison walls. We're going to move now to the Tracking Injustice Project. We have guests from there, so we're going to welcome them on to tell you a bit about how we're currently tracking deaths in custody, and also to give us a bit of information about what is currently happening inside. So I want to welcome to the PJD broadcast from the Tracking Injustice Project. We have Lindsay Jennings, of course, Sandy Pitzel, and Val Danielli. And the full name for this project is Tracking Injustice, a law enforcement and criminal legal data and transparency project coordinated by Alexander McClellan from Carleton University. You also, of course, can check out their website, which tries to track all the names of those who have died in custody since 2000, including the 86 names from people who died this year. Welcome to PJD TV.
Thanks, Elle, and thanks, Desmond. Thank you both for again hosting our PJD TV. And also just thanks for the introduction. You saved all of that for me that I didn't have to say, so thank you. My name is Lindsay Jennings, and I am the lead research associate with Tracking Injustice Project. I'm also someone of lived experience of being incarcerated. And I think I kind of wanted to start with how I even got into the Tracking Injustice Project and what led me to that. And so back in 2018, I was working for an organization, and we intervened in a super inquest in Hamilton, Ontario, where 9 individuals died of suspected overdose. Verdict was it was all overdoses. And to be very honest, I was horrified. I was horrified at the whole inquest process. I was horrified at how the families were treated during the inquest. Coroner's inquests are done when people die in custody to not lay blame, but when you're moving through the process, it's sometimes hard not to lay blame where you see blame should be laid within how people are dying. And honestly, that it just really broke my heart what the families had to go through, and still kind of like no results, no change. And so I really just started getting way more involved in working with families that people were dying inside. And also, I mean, we have the other part of our Tracking Injustice project is that we have a website where we track deaths by police using excessive force. And so we needed like an extra website for around police custody and people that are incarcerated in federal or provincial. And we started getting a lot more deaths within provincial here in Ontario. COVID happened. We knew a lot more deaths were happening, and it all happens in silence. Like we don't have news media that is always publicizing or putting it as a priority to talk about the amount of people that are dying in our jails or prisons. And so I just really started tracking some of those deaths, and I really started working with a lot of the families. And then when this project came around, it was a great opportunity for me to, I guess, one, venture into research, but two, we just needed something that had a place for people, right? Like people are dying inside, and these jails and prisons are just disappearing people. There's no memorial for people. Police and corrections officers, they have full memorial sites. When families put crosses on outside of the jails, like those were thrown in the garbage. So there was never a space to actually remember and honor the people, the human beings who died inside of our facilities, correctional facilities. That's a long-winded thing, but I do think like it's it's important for me. Just I do watch Coroner's Inquest quite frequently. It's where you get a lot of information about what's actually happening, but you can also see the corruptness that comes out around not documenting things, changing reporting documents, incident reports. And so part of the when I got involved in Tracking Injustice, we had another opportunity to intervene in a inquest where we intervened with the Solomon Fakiri inquest. And I was an expert witness in that, which was a big experience just for me, but also thinking about the families that then have to do that, or other people when they bring in incarcerated people to testify as a witness during those Coroner's inquests. It's very intense. And again, the inquests do blame the people, right? Like if the person wasn't using drugs, then they wouldn't have died. That's not the answer to this situation. And so I really wanted to be involved in work and just find a place to honor the folks that died and to talk about how they died, because it's not simple. Every single one of them could have been prevented. And so that's just kind of what led me to Tracking Injustice. And then biggest part is being able to work with the families. And so it's definitely an honor to be able to send the rest of our interview over to Sandy, who's going to speak, and then to Val, who's going to close us out with all of our data.
Thank you so much, Lindsay, and thank you for that really far-reaching history, but also the personal history of how these deaths impact all of us in our communities. What happens in a prison does not stay in a prison. Desmond, I know you have some questions.
Well, I actually just wanted to let Sandy go ahead because Lindsay did my work for me. And I don't want to take up your time. So Sandy, please go right ahead. Welcome.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay and organizers. I'm Sandy Pitzel. I am First Nations from Saskatchewan, Treaty 10, which is the last treaty, the numbered treaties. There's one more, there's Treaty 11. My son who died was Métis, but he would have been treaty because we gained status after he died in 2020. And I originally became involved. I am research associate with this team you see here. And really enjoyed some of the things that Lindsay was saying as far as working with other members of the family council and people with lived experience, which is how I came in. And then this year became involved as a research associate because data is so important. Research is so important. It gives that validation of things that we know. We knew a lot of people are dying in police-involved deaths and in custody deaths. And then how do you say so that people are going to listen? You make sure you do proper research. We've had a lot of challenges with research, and I think Val is going to speak a bit about that, just accessing research. But of course, like I just said, I came in because I did see the memorial that Lindsay mentioned. I was searching, it kind of gets me in the heart when I say this, but you know, when you have a child that dies violently, unexpectedly, like just suddenly, you know, and the media that Lindsay mentioned, where it's kind of like a lot of things aren't said until it's supposed to be a year before an inquest. So all of these deaths that are in custody or police involved typically require inquest, like an investigation as to how they died, like where, when, all these things. And so, you know, during that time, people just know the name. They publicized, my son's name was there, and they said that he was detained. I think they used the word arrested. Under a health order, and that was it. And like Lindsay said, typically I've been going through, of course, helping with the research, and over and over and over again, I see negative slant, like where Lindsay said people are, you know, I almost want to blame the person who died, like, hey, what were you doing? And they often try to bring drugs and alcohol in, which later was the case with my son. But surprise, surprise, he had no alcohol or drugs within his system, except for what later was introduced to him at the hospital. My son died in police overnight, one night stay at the police in Saskatchewan, the city of Prince Albert. He was 30 years old, looked like me. My children are all the love of my life. I have 4 of them. He was very loved by his sister and his 2 brothers, and by myself. You know, my kids come first, and then everything else. And so just hearing how he died, and I didn't get that actual accurate picture of information until about 3 months. And then, of course, at the inquest itself, it's very devastating to hear that for 3 hours before he died, he lays faced forward on this cold cement floor. It was December 5th with no blanket, convulsing off and on for 3 hours. And that earlier in his 14-hour overnight stay there from 7 p.m. onwards to 9 o'clock a.m. when finally an ambulance came, that there was 3 times that the ambulance could have been called and it wasn't. It had to be approved by the sergeant on duty. And not listening to, there's an alarm you pull that the guards are allowed to pull when the immediate response usually is that the person who's in the jail cell will get immediate medical intervention. My lawyer did say, I had to get a lawyer, by the way, because access to information is really hard to get from the police. And also limited, there is some information that comes to you from the coroner, and then at a certain point, they shut it down. And so what I heard originally was totally different, and I wasn't prepared for it. 3 months before the actual inquest. So all of this is really important. On a personal level and a Canada-wide level, research is absolutely necessary. We are starting to see some things that we know come out with the data. So I'm going to hand it over to Val, and thank you for this opportunity. My son's name was Jordan Norfield.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Sandy.
you're welcome.
And I mean, we also just really want to take a moment to say it means a lot to us to come here. I know it's so hard to share these stories and to take that on for everybody. So thank you so much. And we honor your son today and all other days as well. Sorry, go
Thank you.
ahead, Val.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sandy. My name is Valeria Danieli. I've had the privilege of working to develop the database and working with our amazing team, Sandy, Lindsay, Alex, and many more amazing people. Since the year 2000, 2,307 people have died in custody in Canada. Since 2024 alone, 86 more lives have been lost. Many are labeled natural deaths, but the average age of death is just 44 years old, and this is not natural. Canada lacks a sustained civil society or government body that systemically tracks police-involved in carceral deaths. This absence of data obstructs researchers, policymakers, advocates, and affected communities from addressing critical legal and ethical questions about police use of force, deaths in custody, and state accountability. How is it acceptable for the state to take people into custody, assume total control over their lives, without taking responsibility for transparently reporting when and how they die? I invite everyone listening to visit the Tracking and Justice database to see for yourself. We have a lot of data there, just some high-level numbers from 2000 to 2024. 452 of the deaths were deemed to be suicide. 365 were deemed accidental. 102 were deemed to be due to homicide. And 459 had no determination of manner of death. The data makes one thing clear. Most people who end up incarcerated would likely have never been there if our country had invested in mental health services, addiction treatment, and housing. Instead, incarceration too often worsens harm, sometimes fatally. Canada claims to champion human rights and the Mandela rules, but on the ground, we are failing. Inquest and international standards are non-binding, which means that even when a death is ruled by homicide caused by staff, recommendations are often not acted on and charges are rare. Systemic reform is urgently needed to address over-incarceration and the lack of human rights protections within Canada's jails. The current system is failing many, with conditions and practices that continue to cause harm and in many cases lead to death. This is not just a policy gap, it is a moral failure. Without mandatory public reporting, binding accountability measures, and the political will to act, these deaths will continue, hidden in plain sight. Silence is complicity. On behalf of our team at Tracking and Justice, thank you for listening.
Val, thank you so much. I want to remind everybody that the website is trackinginjustice.ca. I can tell you from my years of working in the media that we need resources like this because the government refuses to do the job of tracking deaths in custody, deaths in police custody as well. And that, you know, the mainstream media as it is just doesn't pick up the slack, doesn't investigate and take the time and use the resources that it has to ask more questions about this as well. Every one of the 2,307 deaths that Tracking and Justice has recorded since 2000 is a life, a family, a story, a future cut short. And so we cannot continue to do this advocacy without the data. And we're just so grateful to Tracking and Justice for continuing to do this very difficult but crucial work. Thank you to our guests. We're sorry we have to move on today. It's a whirlwind of a broadcast, but Lindsay and Val and Sandy, thank you so, so much for being with us, and we will continue to follow and promote the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And if we have time later in the broadcast, we will be reading through some of these names. Again, there have been 86 deaths recorded this year alone since January 2025. So you can see the numbers. So thank you for being here with us. We are going to have to move to our next set of interviews, but sending you all our love and honor today. Thank you so much for joining us here on Pjd TV.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're now turning, I believe, to some of the pre-recorded interviews we have. Is that where we're still going?
I
Sorry.
believe I'm just double checking. This is part of the
Sorry, guys, it's live TV.
live part of the chaos of live broadcast. Actually, we're going to be going to we hope Bobby Kidd and Joey Twins right
they're
now
here.
for an interview there. I see them on screen. We have the fortune of being able to speak with these two courageous advocates, both of whom were incarcerated back in the day at the notorious P4W institution, who survived and who have been doing advocacy ever since. Bobby and Joey, can you hear us?
Yes.
And I have to say before we get started that these two women were so instrumental. Everything that happened with Kingston and the organizing around that was instrumental in making me who I am today. I followed that as a young girl, and that's what got me interested in prison. So it's such an honor to have you both joining us here today. Can you introduce yourselves a bit to those who are watching the show?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Joey Twins. My Indian name is Vegetable Woman That Walks with Fire, and there's an add-on, and I forget the name. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was written down for me. I left the card upstairs. Anyways, I'm from the Bear Clan, Musqueam, Alberta, Treaty 6 territory. I'm a prison abolitionist. I believe in change. I believe everyone can change if they want, if they could, possibly change, And yeah.
Thank you.
How are you?
Oh, we're doing great. We're happy to be with the two of you. Bobby, you can go ahead and introduce yourself as well.
Sorry. I'm just going to pass him.
Jerry Springer. Not yet.
Yeah, Rat Morris.
Yeah.
Hold it forward. Yeah. Hello, my name is Bobby, and I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba, and I'm a lifer from P4W.
Welcome to you both. We're so honored to speak to you. You both look real cozy there by the water. Bobby, I'll stick with you because you've got the mic.
Sorry.
Let me just ask you first, Bobby.
Sorry, I got distracted by the dog.
Of course you did. Bobby, I just want to ask you what it means that we're 50 years on from the commemoration of Prisoner Justice Day, and still when we hear people from inside speaking about the conditions, speaking about their struggles, it sounds so familiar to what we heard when this advocacy started 50 years ago. And I just want your reflections and thoughts on that.
Reflections and thoughts on the conditions inside.
Now and problems 50 years ago, like, are they still happening?
The problems that were happening 50 years ago are still happening now. And this is why today, Prisoners Justice Day, is very important to us still today, because we are still fighting to stop what these people do to us mentally and physically in the prison system, the way they treat us and inhumane, and we still fight today for the rights and the fairness of people's lives.
Thank you. Also, if you could say, both of you, but I'll turn to Joey and then Bobby if you want to jump in. People may not know some of the history of K4W, Kingston Prison for Women, and also the work of the Memorial Collective to make sure that the lives behind those walls, that prison no longer exists. But there's a fight to commemorate those lives and to have that recognized. So could you give us a little bit of that history? And I also want to say that in your own history, we know now, I mean, it's come out, you always knew this, but you were a wrongful conviction, yet spend all this time in prison. It speaks so much to how Indigenous women in particular are incarcerated in this country as well. But I wanted to give you a chance to give us a bit of the history of the experiences of women at K4W.
I didn't hear that. So
Asking about P4W women inside, like how are they impacted by riots and all that stuff? Yeah.
in general, well, you know what? When you're in that mode, in that mentality, you don't really think about people's emotions or what's going to happen. You don't think of the repercussions or the after effects of anything until it's done. You're sitting in the hole months later, hey, and the deprivation of the mental health and emotional health, physical and the spiritual parts. There's some four components that are very destructive. There's nothing positive about it. And so that's where we lead on, and with the suicides and everything. I can't say I attempted suicide. I mean, I was a slasher, big difference in the hanger. Somebody is trying to hang me. I didn't really want to die. I just was calling for help, and like I said today, you see a psychiatrist and you see a shrink, and that's the end of it. Until you're ready to go for review for classification, or you're going up on ETAs, something like that on that matter. But other than that, they don't give a fuck about us, And guards are guards. It doesn't matter. When I started doing time 1979, June 13, I walked in and the notorious prison for women. And nothing's really changed in these new joints, these Mickey Mouse joints, I call them, and so like the only changes that's been made was you guys coming to support us and doing this work out here, because when you're inside, like as 4 o'clock rolls around, the guys get all hostile and everything rock and roll at that time because there's no senior management there. So, we don't provoke a situation to happen, right? We don't. Normally we don't do that. I don't do that unless I'm pushed to that point. And I really believe that we had to, whatever consensual fights or with the guards or was provoked. And so what are we going to do? Just let them bang us out? We give them our best and then we go to the hole and then they beat us up in there, either with the goon squad or, 10 guards on one person. And, and they even did that when women were trying, be cut and slashing and, like they just put you in segregation. Back in the day, I remember this, they used to charge us for slashing, destroying government property. Imagine that. Destroying, yeah. And that's what our charges were. And I thought, what the hell is this? This is wrong. I'm trying to, I'm calling for help. They're charging me for destroying government property. What the fuck is that shit? So, but we could have all these people coming in, different people asking us the same goddamn question. And we keep answering them, and nothing gets accomplished. Because they were there for the money. They weren't there for us, but you guys are there for us, and so are you. And amazing, that's the difference, and actions speak louder than words. It's like reconciliation. There's no fucking reconciliation. We need reconciliation. Action, not these fucking big $40 words. And so the way it's gonna, if I would never be in a fucking joint anyways as a guard or a screw or whatever you want to call them fuckers, And you know what though? There's not a good to lock a human being in a cell, lock them up and feel okay and go home and sit with your family and watch fucking a movie or for have dinner. And wow, they just came off their shift while they're brutalizing us. How can you go home and have a clear conscience and sleep, have a good sleep? I couldn't do that. That's inhumane. That's not human. And these fuckers were trying to say, correct me? Correct what? You need to correct yourself. They need to correct themselves. And that's the bottom line, and I'm sticking to that. And I think that's pretty good. Yeah. All right. Here, I'll pass it.
Thank you so much.
What was the question? They'll ask. They're gonna ask. They're gonna ask.
Well, yeah, we've just got a couple minutes here. So, Bobby, I think I wanted to ask you about family, because a lot was written about you being the first incarcerated woman to have their child with them in incarceration. And I would just wonder if you could speak a little bit to the impact that incarceration has on families.
Incarceration on families has a really bad impact because of the way they treat your families. Because when families try to come and visit you, they will try to do anything to sway anybody to come and visit you and try to give you support. I fought to have my son in prison with me. I went to court and had the psychologist, psychiatrist to make sure I was in the mental state to have my child in prison. And it took me a while to fight, but I did. And it made a difference in my life to have my son in prison with me because it taught me how to be a mother. It taught me love, unconditional love, because I've never had unconditional love in my life. And being a mother has taught me a lot. And having him in prison with me made me feel really good about myself and being a mother to my son.
Thank you, Bobby. That was
Thank you so
beautiful.
much. Thank
We
you
do-
for sharing that.
We do have to move to a live show from Halifax. We're so grateful for you both for joining us. I'm so happy you're out by the water today. I think I see Rachel there in the background as well. So, hi, Rachel, also holding it down. All of you, it's so beautiful to see you.
And that's my son.
Ah, yay. Well, so thank you for ending us on that beautiful note. Thank you so much for both of you for the legacy you have, the work you've done, the history you carry. We honor you today. Thank you so much. Go back to chilling and enjoy yourself. Sending you guys all the love.
Bye.
Have a great afternoon and evening. We want to also, you saw them there, but we also, we want to specifically thank Jeff Bradley and Rachel Fader from CPEP and the Ottawa Transformative Justice Collective for facilitating that interview with Bobby and Joey that you just heard. And Elle, we're going to shift things over your way now towards Halifax, where there's a live event going on.
So we're now joining our events live as we move across this country. So we are joining Robin and I believe Renford at the Sounds of Solidarity concert. This is the second edition. The first one was a fundraiser. So this is held at the Seahorse, and it's take it away, Robin. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we're live, right?
Yep.
You're live.
We are live.
So, yo, before we get started, those who are standing, stay standing, those who are seated, stand up. Yeah, stand up. We've never sitting down, stand up. There's prisoner justice day. We're going to take a moment to rate that. You understand? I really want you guys to understand what this day is. So let's take a moment to accept that. Those on the live, I want you to do the same too. Who's ever sit down on that live, stand up. Thanks. All right, everybody can sit down, we good. As Kyle told you, my name is Renford Barrier. Some of you I know, some probably not. I spent 33 years and 5 months in federal custody, 32 of it behind the wall. So Prisoner's Justice Day isn't just a day, it's like I tell guys, being part of a fraternity. Actually, we wouldn't have liked that Prisoner's Justice Day today on Sunday. We wouldn't have liked that, honestly. I'll think of the day what goes on site. But it's a holiday. We don't want Prisoner's Justice Day on a holiday. Because in essence, we shut down the prison when it's a work day. No work, no nothing, and we enjoy that. We can enjoy that on a Sunday. So holiday anyway. Right? But we would have still, I don't say honored, I don't say celebrated or happy or any of that. Because first, let me make it clear that no happy days in prison. Not 1 second. No, zero. And I don't celebrate Prisoner's Justice Day because, first of all, there's still no justice there. And I'm not celebrating nothing to do with no prison. Right? And as well, I don't honor it, because I don't honor men getting dead in jail or women getting dead in jail. I don't honor those things. Right? But I give thought to it and I try to give voice to it. Because it need that. As Laura was up here, she told you about Eddie, who they killed in Millhaven segregation, who died in the whole story. And it started the movement that continues in most prisons today, mostly in the maximum. If I had time to break it down to you, I would, because it's a whole hierarchy thing that takes place. Not every prison and not every individual celebrates this and understands it. You know, so I enjoy being out here to tell you guys some of what it is. On a typical day, if it was a Monday, when I woke up today on Prisoner Justice Day, I'm loving it. Today is the day I get to tell the institution F you. So I love it. Today is the day I get to show the institution my strength and my resolve. I don't need from you. I don't need nothing today. Right? And today is a day where I unite with my other prisoners in ways that we usually don't on a day-to-day. Those are things that happen inside that wall today. I may go and sit and talk to a guy I never talked to the whole time he was there. But today I can do that because in this moment, in this day, we all share the same thing. Right? And like I said, Eddie, Joe, it's hot as heck up in this month. Sweating? Oh my God. I was the only, because I'm like, am I nervous? Why am I sweating like this? And I'm like, no, this is hot as, yo, we need a fan. We need a fan or two fans. Stop this. Sorry to the people on the line. I'm sorry, but yo, I'm sweating like, can I say it? Can I tell you what we would say in person? Really? Yes. I'm sweating like a rape hound in a GP prison. What that means is I'm sweating like a rapist within general population because rapists are not safe in general population. These are the lingo we use in prison. That's insane. But can we get a fan really though? Oh my good. Like, can you get like a, so can we get like some manual fanners? No, stop me, I'll play. You know, okay. No, for real though. Right? So I had a call from a friend of mine today, Andrew Bond. He runs an organization called Bless. And we were talking about today, and we were thinking it in terms of as crazy as may be, is with all the trauma that prison created for people, Prisoners Justice Day was a calm. And I mean like real trauma, real mind messed up stuff. But like everyone was calm on August 10th. And funny enough, yes. Yo, I wish you could see this on the line. They brought a big ass fan to cool your boy. I love it. Yo, applaud for the fan guy. Applaud for the fan. Applaud for the fan guy. Can they spin? Get everybody up in here, because we're all dying, right? Okay. All right, yo, respect. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Wow, that is great. Yeah, sorry, like I don't want to kill up all the time because we have a band that has to come up here, right? Where we have time. Yeah, so like I was incarcerated, I got sentenced to 10 years, life 10, right? And at that time, I actually thought that's what that meant, 10 years and I could get home. Yeah, the joke was on me. Like I said, I did 32 years behind the wall and a total of 33 years and 5 months of federal custody. got me. Democrat legal and E-Fry came and rescued your boy, right? Yeah. And and through that, we have many platforms to speak about today. So as I was saying, we would be mad that it's on a Sunday because on the regular day, I'm gonna bring you through the full day. So we wake up, the cell is open at 7:30. Nobody comes out today, sorry. Right? And the reason nobody comes out is because we can. Right? And the fact that it upsets the guards is part of the thrill. Like for real, the fact that there are going to be guards that work today that are going to be mad that we are giving vision to this day is one of the joyous part of the day. Like you want to encounter this guard, I shit you not. Just so you can smile with him. How you doing, officer? And he's mad, real mad. But it isn't just about the death. I want you to know that. Like, prisoners justice day is about that guys that died in prison. It is about the laws that govern prison, the CDs, the CCRAs. These things were also established in the creation of Prisoner Justice Day. Even though it's a loose piece of paper, but it still has some governance to it. And it allows guys to kind of map their way through the challenges that they may face in that system. Yeah, no, we got it. Yeah, okay, system, we got that. So like, we focus a lot on the deaths, but we don't focus on what those deaths brought about. And that's what I want you to know. Those deaths brought about some semblance of law to a prison system that had none. And it's very limited now, yes, but it's there. The ability for guys to have visits with their families, write their families, wear their own clothing, you know what I mean? Access to activity and bullshit programs that do nothing. No, real talk. But all of that is because of Prisoner Justice Day, right? So things came from those deaths. It wasn't just they died, whoa, we're gonna pick up a storm. There were things that were established from that, So after they open the doors at 7:30 and nobody comes out, they lock the doors again at like 9, because that's usually when they would call work up. But that's when we're all coming out, right? Because nobody goes to work. And usually, on an everyday basis, if you don't go to work, you're locked in yourself. So you will have guards that will be like, oh no, you guys are not going to work, you're going to yourself. Yeah, right, but we're 80 deep, we're not going into the cell. And the rest of the prison is not going into the cell. So even though the guards understand, they still try that pushback because they're pigs, sorry, right? They're correctional officers. So even though they still know the code, they still try to kick you in the face. Because it's their culture there, right? So we stay out there until 11. When is the next lockup? And we go lock, we go on ourselves. Like throughout that time, guys are just sitting down quietly with each other. You know what I mean? Because you still have to be respectful of guys that stayed in their cell, right? Because it's an honor system. You know what I mean? And guys, you can have beverages. You can have coffee, water, whatever. There is just, and you can't get the coffee from the prison unless you're provincial. In the federal system, you can't take the coffee from the prison. That don't work. Nothing comes from the prison. Zero.
Got a few minutes max.
Pardon me?
Got a few minutes max,
What
but
do you think?
about 3 minutes.
Okay, we have 3 minutes.
Mention East Coast Prison Justice. Any
Okay,
friends?
wow. So, big up. Oh, let me just give the quick recognition to this event. Clap everybody. Everybody clap yourself. Right? You're gonna through the brilliance of Emma, Whatever happens here today is gonna go to guys inside. It's gonna go to the IWF, it's called the Inmate Welfare Fund, and they'll divvy that up to get recreational stuff, whatever they can get for the inmates of the collective. That's what that's going to do, so you know, applaud them for that. And I'm gonna get a half as well, so give thanks to that too, and I ain't getting nothing from mine. Right, so. Like I told you before, Past Legal is the team that came and realized that I would be crucified for this black skin and this beautiful face and an amazing individual that I am, right? And that's not even talking cap, that's just fact, right? Right? So Pat came and like Emma and her brilliance. And then we get out here, John Howard, Alicia Seymour and her brilliance. Sheila and her brilliance with East Coast Prisoner Justice Society, and they've all brought me on here and just given me a laneway to like give voice to all the work that you guys are doing and maybe give a voice that you haven't really heard before. Because like I would have to be outside this world. Another 11 years, even said I spent half of my life in prison and half outside. I spent more life in a prison than in the world. Right? But those days are gone. Now we're here now. Right? Now when I say we here, you know. Right? So thanks to everybody, and we out.
Thank you so much, Robin, for streaming that in. And that was Renford
No,
Farrier
everybody don't get free. Don't.
speaking from the stage of Sounds of Solidarity. And that's an event that's put on by East Coast Prison Justice Society, Elizabeth Fry Mainland, and Path Legal, as we heard Renford say. Renford's work has been really important in fighting for parole rights for African Canadian Black prisoners. Desmond, I'm going to throw it to you. Oh, sorry, one thing. It's at the Seahorse and there's still time to get down there. So if you are in Halifax right now and you're listening to this broadcast, what are you doing? Stop listening to the broadcast, go down to the Seahorse and support the Sounds of Solidarity. And I'm going to throw it to you, Desmond.
Yeah, I think the tickets are $15 at the door, but no one will be turned away for lack of funds. So go down to the Seahorse if you're able to do that. We're going to go to Montreal next, where earlier today there was a vigil, happening for Prisoners Justice Day. The following was brought to us by Virginia of CKUT Prison Radio, and we're going to hear a speech by Marie at the vigil from today's PJD event in Montreal.
I started going in 83 years ago. Oh, no, more than that. 85? Anyway, I was 17. I was supposed to be studying in Ottawa, and I went to the Nicholas Street jail. In those days, it was the jail. And I used to see the women inside and out when they came out. And then in the 70s, I started going to see the women at PPW. And the more I got involved, the deeper I got involved, the more it took over my life. And I was with work with a project. There was a project running with ex-prisoners. Star was Snowden Metro. I don't know if anybody remembers it. Sam Nicolucci was here. He remembered. And anyway, we also had a project, a little source in the Bright East End. And then there was prisoners' rights. And then there was also doing education was the Council of Churches for Conseil des Églises pour Justice et Criminologie. And so it pretty well took over all my life. And I've had guys staying with me that come out. Many are institutionalized and they stayed with me. They would stay with me until they got up on their, on their own. I can remember the Archambault riot. The Archambault riot, it was, took everybody like it was that this would happen, and that after the riot, that prisoners could be tortured, because there was reports from Amnesty International. The Pjd, which is the prisoners' rights group, we brought in Amnesty International, we brought in the lawyers that investigated after Attica in the States, we brought in Amnesty and just the other, and we had them all in, the investigators. But what really hit it was the day after we were doing a petition, because the guys were tortured for a while. And really bad. One of the worst is still alive. Some didn't survive. But it's, Amnesty has them important. Anyway, we were doing a demo, and we got, there were some people coming down from a hill. And I said, okay, running to get the signature. No, I was trying to get signatures. And he said, well, after dinner, we're off for lunch. But he said, when I told him what it's about, he said he arranged that I could go and talk to the United Church Synod for Canada. Those that don't know the United Church is people, I'd say it's an across Canada, it's an establishment church. It does a lot of good, but it does represent it. And these are also the people that give to the Liberal Party, which was in power. So at that meeting, they told me to bring a couple prisoners' wives, and I brought a couple, told them not to smoke, because these are ancient Mennonites, some of them. And they explained what was happening to their husbands, their children, or their son rather. And so the next day, Clark MacDonald, who was elected the Synod of the United Church of Canada, was in Ottawa. And he went right into the commissioner, into the minister's office, and it had a lot of punch, because when you're talking about people who represent people that give to the party, and that's not usually us, that it has more punch. So after that, we managed to get in. It took a while before anybody could get in, but Clark MacDonald was one of the first. And of all the reports, I'd say that was the one that had most punch. So the next year, we've been doing August 1st for years. Gosh, I can remember there were three of us, Jean-Claude Bernheim, and another ex-prisoner who's in palliative care now. And the three of us would be sitting all night in front of the August 10th, in front on the grass in front of the church in St. Vincent de Paul, with our big banner, prison justice. And you know, at 3 in the morning, when you got all the blue on you, or maybe it's raining, and you've been sitting there in the grass, and the screws would go around, and they by the people. Anyway, we got a little bit. Some people got to know about it, but we were still preaching to our own. But then after the Archambault, right? Because the screws that died, they had a state funeral, big state funeral. I said, what about the prisoners? They died too. So we had a nice big service at the United Church across from the old Pjd Theater. And we had made a service because we wanted to go beyond the ones that were already converted. And August 10th, we had ex-prisoners talking. We had native elder talking. We had representatives of all the churches, you know, giving it made it very respectable. And I even had a friend of my daughter's, so I got this, she's an opera thing, I got her to sing. And the media really jumped on that because we were going out of our own little bubble and we were reaching others. And then oh yeah, everybody was given a flower. And then we went up to the little cemetery, Saint Francois, and we laid our flowers. And the Cross Canada media was there. It even played in Europe. And it went on international. And they asked us, how come there were just numbers on the grave? And I was able to say, because they'd all been, their identity had all been stolen from them, who they were. That's what you're stripped of. Worst of all, beyond the clothes, beyond anything. What happens, and I've seen, is that with the time, you lose your identity. You're not who you are. And then, so every year we did that. And when did we stop on the church there? Then we became a little bit more civilized outside. But we did something every year. And that was from the early 70s, you know, from we started with ODD shortly after the October crisis. So the whole big thing is if we want change, we have to get people to react. We have to get the public to react. Oh yeah, I remember why I'll be frank. I remember why we stopped them at St. Vincent de Paul is because we're all fasting. We're all fasting. And one year you could hear the prisoners having 16 or CFF, you know, having a barbecue. That was kind of disappointing. But it has spread, the movement has spread. And with the abolition movement, it has gotten to other countries. So I know people who have died inside, but I also know some who, when they came out, couldn't handle it. And that's how much they were destroyed. So we need the community involved. The first thing I can remember most of all is when I started going into penitentiaries, everybody would say, "C'est un citoyen." I'm a citizen. But I said, "You're a citizen too. This country belongs to you too. If you weren't a citizen, you'd be deported. Believe me, they wouldn't give you each and a pen for nothing." And so we've got to establish that prisoners are part of our community. And we can only do this with public education. These guys must not have died in vain. And now I can't go in anymore. But up until 2 years I was going in. I was in all the pens in Quebec. I was in the system, went into the system in Costa Rica. I did several in States and in Italy and France. And it's no matter where you are, the loss of liberty of not being able to be who you are, but all dressed the same, all eating the same things, and we don't torture except at our after the Archambault riot, like we used to. I'm not saying there's no problem, or like many other prisons around the world. But what we do is something very more sneaky, is with time, we take away a person's identity. We decide at what time he's going to eat. We decide at what time he's going to go in the yard. At what time lights are off. All of that is decided by somebody. So you're not in charge of your life. And that we get away with the death penalty. But we've got the slow death penalty. Because when somebody comes out, they've been, you take somebody, you keep them in bed for 20 years, they can't walk, and then you say, get out of bed and walk. I'm sorry, that only happens in miracles. And well, it's the same thing. You take a person for years, you take away that he can decide what he's going to eat, where he's going, what he's going to do that day. All of that's decided by others. And then all of a sudden, you say, act responsibly. And the other thing, my big beef now, is correction services won't allow volunteers on the outside to go inside. And there used to be a project called P2 across Canada, which volunteers were able to go in to be a friend to somebody inside and meet him at the door when he comes out and be there as support. Now, if a person, well, I do it, but they don't dare. If a volunteer on the outside goes in, she's fired, she can't be a volunteer anymore. And that means that when a prisoner comes out, they tell him non-association. But for God's sake, the only people, even friends he knows for the last 20 years are ex-prisoners. And then he comes out. He has no contact with anybody except other prisoners. What does he do? He comes out. They get, well, first, usually for Saturday, they used to give a free lunch on the main the first night, but then they did his pockets the next day. But that's what we need, is that the guys can have friends. We need to abolish the prisons to start with. We need friends that can come in, be friends with the guys. And when he comes out, be support. And that, I think, is the most urgent at the moment. And so many have been barred because of that. The other thing is that as far as public education goes, volunteers who go in, they've got to talk about what they do. Talk to your mother, who will talk to your aunt. And believe me, if you go into the pens, everybody wants this. It's always emoji, it's like a crime on the street corner. Everybody wants. So we can do a lot, every one of us, as public education, family, friends, people you work with, other. So that's the thing I'm really fighting for. And I hope we need everybody to support the guys when they come in.
So that was a wonderful interview from Marie at Prisoners Justice Day Vigil in Montreal. And just getting my notes back up here, everybody, forgive us. This is live television, but that was, I just want to remind everybody, courtesy of CKUT Prison Radio, who provided us with that footage from the vigil there earlier today. We are planning to move on now to, and I see Tina is with us. Tina Eldridge was attending the Prisoners Justice Day event at Grange Park in Toronto today. She's also with the Rittenhouse, which is a transformative justice organization here in Toronto, and she joins us now live to talk about the day. Thanks for being with us, Tina. It's nice to see you.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Nice to see you both. Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure. So first of all, I guess just tell us about being in Grange Park today for what is the 50th anniversary of Prisoners Justice Day and what it's meant to you.
Oh, well, first of all, it was a very hot day, really, really warm, but it was a really nice event today. It was kind of small. We had probably like 50 to 75 people come through, but we had some really great speakers. We had Les Harper open our circle, and then we had 3 statements from folks inside GVI were read by community members. Yeah, we had speakers, we had drumming, we had dancing, we had food. It was a really good event. It was really meaningful. It was probably one of the smoothest PJDs we've had in a while.
Can you tell us a bit about the work of Rittenhouse and why that work is so important?
For sure, yeah. I think what I wanted to say first, I was kind of sitting here waiting to come into the waiting room, and Justin had said, why is this so meaningful to me? I think for people in the general population, like you see there's a group of us, people with lived experience who are organizers, activists. But I think what folks don't realize is we're kind of an anomaly. Like there's not very many of us out here. Most of the people we spent time with are still inside or have passed on. So it's really meaningful to be able to do this work and to be able to hold these events, to really honor these days and stop and think about that and the numbers. Like we read a list of folks who have died in custody. 86 people have died in custody since January. And that's just like way too many. And those are the folks in custody. So people who have been incarcerated die at disproportionately higher rates than people who have not. So there are community members, and people are dying like almost every day and every week, and things are just getting worse. So we really need to honor folks. So thanks for giving me that moment to say that. But
Absolutely. And the clip, the film, the short film that you've mentioned, we're going to be showing a clip from it shortly. It's called The Awakening, and it's a film featuring Mocha Dawkins, who was previously incarcerated and almost lost her life while being incarcerated. I had the pleasure many years ago of interviewing Mocha, and she's been doing this advocacy for many years now. Tina, I want to ask you about the overdose crisis. We've been having a really tough time here in the city of Toronto and beyond as our province tries to cut back on the very few services that we have for people who are overdosing. This is a problem in our streets, but it's also a problem for incarcerated people across the province and across Canada. And I wonder if you want to reflect on the desperate need that we have right now for services as they're disappearing.
Yeah, for sure. I understand like they're disappearing in all communities, but in Toronto, we had so many OPS sites closed, like I think like 7 of them. So it's having a huge impact. And I'm hearing numbers like now the amount of overdoses that are happening in drop-in spaces have gone up like over 400%. So people are still trying to get inside and find places to use, but they haven't got the right supports, right? And I can't even imagine like what it's like in those spaces. And yeah, Zoe Dodd was one of the speakers today and really talking about involuntary treatment and the political shift to this like kind of criminalization of drug use after all of the work of like years and years of activism to get these sites open. And it's tragic, and you just see it everywhere. Like, and it's so, and when it's this hot out and people are in crisis, like it's so much more like impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let you go ahead, Al. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, obviously today we're at 50 years of recognizing Prisoner Justice Day. I wonder if you wanted to say what our vision is of the struggle and also the transformation for the next 50 years. Where do we want us to be 50 years from now? What work do we need to do to get there?
Oh gosh, so a lot of work needs to happen, but the end goal, we need to abolish prisons. We need to stop locking people in cages. We can't do this. Like, it's not working. No wrongs are being righted. No harms are being undone by punishing people. We have to burn down this system and start all over again. And the work that needs to be done is communities need to come together and community care and figure out our own ways and our own strategies, because the ways that things are not working. And I know that sounds like overwhelming and daunting, but I think
think we have to like think of it in small ways, the ways we can work towards that every single day in building those relationships and caring for our communities.
I mean, it does sound daunting, Tina, but at the same time, we got a glimpse during COVID, I feel like, of a different set of possibilities of what can happen when the government is just like pressured, and all kinds of people who were incarcerated were let out,
Yeah.
and the world didn't end, and we're all still here.
Yeah.
And so it does actually feel like with the proper supports and with housing and with all the kinds of things that we're always advocating for, it is possible to, it has to be a process, but it is possible to start moving away from incarceration.
For sure. It has to start with prevention. Like, let's give everyone access to safe, affordable housing, healthcare, education, daycare, communities, all of that in the bottom. Like, let's prevent it. Let's put the money into that instead of putting all the money into the top up here and locking people up.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else? We're going to turn to this film, but before we do
Okay.
that, is there anything else you'd like to say before we switch over to watching Mocha?
No, I'm just a pleasure to always be here and speak to you folks. And thanks for doing all this hard work that you do.
Thank you.
Stick
Is there
with
anything you'd like
us.
to say to introduce this film before we put it on?
Oh, I'm super excited. I haven't seen it yet. Both Mocha and Kamala and I are on the Elizabeth Fry Toronto Board of Directors, and Kamala is on Rittenhouse Board of Directors. And I'm just like, couldn't be more honored to work side by side with these folks. And yeah, I'm excited to see this.
All right. Thank
Okay,
you
let's
so much.
let's stick with us for maybe one more after the clip, Tina. But let's
Sure, for sure.
let's show the short clip of this film.
Yes. And I was like, it's me. I'm the one who called. And then they pulled out their mace and maced me in my face. With different organizations. I'm a board of director for Elizabeth Fry Society. I'm 35 years old and not a lot of trans people make it to my age. So this is a blessing. After some time, I was just like, I gotta go, right? Like, I'm honestly like, my people are waiting for me at the club. And that's when things turned left.
We're back. I believe that's the
Oh.
clip. Oh,
Are we back? Here we are. Thank
yes,
you.
we are back.
Yeah.
And that film went live on YouTube today. Do we have the link for it? People can look it up. We've given you the title, so Awakening with Mocha Dawkins. So that is now live, I believe, and you can check out the whole film. Tina, sorry, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Oh, I know. I wasn't going to say anything.
I actually had a question because I'm familiar with Mocha's struggle, and we learned recently that the province of Quebec has decided to change its policy about trans prisoners, that no longer will people be allowed to be incarcerated as they identify, but they will be incarcerated based on their gender assigned at birth. And obviously, this is going to create a lot of problems, like the kinds of things Mocha experienced. And I just wonder if you had any thoughts about this, again, like backwards step, Tina, in terms of like policy of something that we thought we had established in this country was best practice in terms of people being incarcerated, and is going to put a lot of trans people in danger when they are incarcerated.
Yeah, being incarcerated is a traumatic enough experience as it is, especially in an institution with genders that you don't identify with. And I agree, like, I don't understand how we're moving backwards. It just feels really discouraging, and it's scary, and it's causing harm to a lot of folks.
Indeed, it is, but the struggle continues. We encourage everybody to check out the film Awakening. Uh, Tina Eldridge, we want to thank you very much for your giving us your time this afternoon, and for commemorating Prisoners' Justice Day earlier on in the day with so many folks out there in Grange Park.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me, everyone.
Take care.
Thank you, Tina.
Okay.
And now we're going to head back up the 401 to footage from the P4W Memorial Collective Healing Circle in Kingston. We heard from Joey and Bobby earlier, and now we're going to show a poem read by Dr. Rachel Fader, who is a postdoc fellow for the Planning for Abolition project, which is led by Cheryl Ann Simpson at Carleton University. Rachel recently completed her PhD at the University of Ottawa, shout out Dr. Fader, and previously did time at GBI where many criminalized women have lost their lives. So we're going to turn now to Kingston.
Now time marches on. Hold bed, Prisoners' Justice Day. So in honor of the 50th anniversary, I wrote a poem, and it's dedicated to everyone who's behind bars and anyone who's ever been behind. On the margins, locked away, behind these walls is where we stay. Most don't know what's going on. Listen now, time marches on. Cold beds of steel, dark gloomy cells, breaking spirits where silence dwells. Voices raised, crying with the weight of lives cut short by a cruel state. Behind each wall, caging us in, a story screams from deep within. Listen closely to what we say on this Prisoners' Justice Day. Our sisters and brothers surely are missed, many lives lost, yet their memories persist. Stand together in this fight as we amplify our plight. Let the world not turn its face from those restrained in time and place. We all don't walk on even ground. Justice lost, no justice found. A woman scorned by judging eyes sits alone in silence cries. Yet still she hopes, she dreams, she feels. Her mind roams far beyond the steel. An untouched tray, a hunger strike. Voices merged, thousands alike. August 10th, a sad solemn day. Time stands still, behind walls we stay. No work, locked down, a concrete seat. Memories march to a quiet beat. Today we honor those who died when justice starved and truth denied. People dying in isolation, stolen lives like stolen nations. Many stories much the same, shared struggles, different pains. In segregation, lonely gloom, we speak through grief beyond this tomb. We hear for Shaggy and all the rest who lived in pain and died oppressed. There's no rehabilitation. The system only breeds frustration. Their promises are all lies, and no one seems to hear our cries. The state won't ever save us. Police don't keep us safe. The systems, they betray us. We're seen as just another case. Hear our cries, hear our calls, see us rise, free them all. Still too many locked away on this Prisoners' Justice Day. 50 years now in this fight, way past time to make things right. We have strength and solidarity, and power comes from our unity. For those who fall to hateful hands, forgotten by the law's demands, this day is for a basic plea: respect our common humanity. A human voice, a person's face, we fight for dignity and grace. Let the world beyond these bars see more than fences, guards, and scars. A right is not a gift or prize, and there's something lost when freedom dies. They're born from blood, breath, bone, and skin, the souls of all confined within. No cage can steal the right to live, respect and care we all must give. No guard can crush the right to speak, to heal, to learn, to love, to seek. The right to health, to simply be, to dream, to think, one day be free. But now it seems the body stays behind these concrete walls of gray. Demand no more deaths in custody. We deserve respect and dignity. Stop locking us in segregation. Provide more access to education. Our demands are a simple statement. We have a right to medical treatment. We all need healing for the crosses we bear and deserve a justice system that's fair. Together we have so much to offer. Stop using our lives to build your coffers. We all deserve another chance. It's time for you to take a stance. Mistakes should not mean despair or silent screams, no one cares. A cell is not a grave or the end. It holds a person, someone's child, a friend. Hopes and dreams for which souls yearn for freedom's fire still to burn. Raise your voices, shine a light for all those people kept out of sight. Because the test of real justice is how it treats the least of us. Today we honor, struggle, and persist. Prisoners' Justice Day, a time to resist.
Oh my God.
I
All
echo
right.
that final voice. Oh my God, Rachel, that was beautiful. What a
That
beautiful
was
poem.
an awesome poem by Dr. Rachel Fader, who just got her PhD and is now postdoc fellow at the Planning for Abolition Project at Carleton. She was at the Ottawa event earlier today for PJD and also did time at GVI. Thank you so much for that, Rachel, for the folks in Ottawa for getting us that footage. Where are we going now? Where are we
Speaking
going?
of Ottawa, we are going back to Ottawa. So we've come through Jabuktuk, Toronto, Kingston, so Cataraqui, and now we're headed to Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, and we're going to watch footage from the community sharing circle and a speech by Farhat Rehman of Moms, which is Mothers Offering Mutual Support Ottawa. So we're going to drop in now on the Ottawa event. I think we're just getting that footage ready, I believe. Here we go.
In the decades that I have been involved in advocacy for health and human rights for the incarcerated Canadians like my son, I have learned that prisoners like him suffer undue hardship as they battle depression, addictions, disabilities, and other neglected health issues. They languish in jail longer and are less likely to be paroled as they serve out their sentences in the least rehabilitative conditions of incarceration. We must remember that the act of removing an offender from home and society is the actual punishment. But our family members report of punishing conditions of confinement being piled on them daily. We want to send a clear message to the political leaders that think that it is being tough on bail conditions and other punitive measures are going to benefit. But the truth is that it is a highly misguided direction and flies in the face of all recommendations being given by experts, including the Office of the Correctional Investigator. I'm now going to read to you a statement from Senator Kim Haight, whom you must know is doing tireless efforts to bring in legislations that calls for more humane legislation. He just released it yesterday on the occasion of August 10th. She says, I'm humbled to join the Prison for Women Memorial Collective in Kingston. That's where she's going to be today. And for all who lived and died in the former PW, and that's one of the women's prisons, and too many other prisons across Canada. On Prisoners' Justice Day, and every day we stand in solidarity with prisoners, their families, supporters, and allies across the country as they honor the memory of youth, men, and women who have died in prison. Prisoners' Justice Day began as a commemoration, as David has detailed for you, but today it is recognized around the world as a day that marks the international struggles against continued neglect, silence, and inaction regarding the human rights and legal protection of and for prisoners. Institutions and services, including those for child welfare, mental health, elderly and disabled, and especially prisons, must be transparent and accountable. And this is what we can push for with our members of parliament. We have to push for these. We must ensure that TONA's law, this is a bill that's proposed by Senator Kim Page, and other recommendations of the Standing Committee on Human Rights of the Senate
are implemented and remedy egregious human and charter rights violations and ensure judicial oversight and accountability of correctional services. The Prisoners' Justice Day and every day, let us honor those inside, their loved ones, advocates and allies who are working tirelessly to uphold human rights and dignity for all. Let us honor those seeking an end to systemic discrimination, including based on race, gender, and ability. Let us honor all those who lived and died in institutions and support the work of all those whose courage and leadership, both inside prisons and their communities, amount to decades of work to decolonize, decriminalize, and destigmatize and decarcerate. With humility and gratitude, we extend appreciation and respect to all marking to Prisoners' Justice Day today. It is vital to
So that was footage out of Ottawa, Farhat Rehman from Moms, Mothers Offering Mutual Support with her beautiful speech, not only, of course, talking about the conditions, but reiterating solidarity. We're now headed into the prairies. So we've come through the east and we're headed into the prairies. And I believe we have Sherry Gordon ready to go with us. So Sherry is coming to us from Regina. Yes. Hi, Sherry. Can you hear us? And while we're waiting for Sherry or introing Sherry, Sherry does amazing support work with Men Inside in particular. I see Sherry's emails coming all the time, constantly advocating for prisoners, showing so much love, doing so much support. So Sherry, it's amazing to have you here today. And we thank you so much for all your work.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I guess I'm having problems finding a place to go because my house is full.
That's all right. This is great. Welcome to
The
Pjd
important thing
TV.
is that we can see and hear you.
So do you want to tell us, I gave you a little intro, but do you want to give us a bit of intro to who you are, what you do, and then also Desmond will lead with more questions, but some of the conditions out on the prairies in Regina where you are.
So I'm prisoner advocate. I've had this organization for, I think it's almost 10 years now. And I'm also a prison wife. So my husband's wrongfully convicted. So this is part of the reason why I do this. I see firsthand the stuff that goes on in the institutions, and I always pray that I never have my husband show up on that list. We just actually finished through 51 days of a psychosis where my husband was badly into self-harm, and I thought, are we ever going to get through this, or is he going to be somebody that I'm going to be writing a ribbon for this year? Because the jail really didn't want to do anything about it. So as some of you, as you were saying with my emails and stuff, because of a lot of my emails and that, I was able to actually this year finally get him back on the right medication. So I'm happy to say he's doing very well. But
We're
this
happy
is
to
why
hear
I
that.
do this. Yeah, this is why I do this, because there's so many people. I actually I had our protest today. We had some politicians show up this year. They were city councilors, and they had no idea what any of this meant and what that this was stuff that was going on. So, it was nice to be able to collaborate with them. And I actually had just missed a woman whose her brother died in RCMP custody here on the prairies in Kamsack. And I am looking forward now to collaborating with her, because she's even telling me of all these deaths that are happening that the injustice tracking list isn't even aware of. So I want to, submit those in for them. But it's unfortunate, because I look at the most recent death out here, which was July 18th, and it was actually at the institution my husband is at now. So the last three, I think, that CSE reported on the prairies were at the same institution my husband's at. And it's alarming, because they always say natural causes, natural causes. I don't believe that. Like, not at all. It can't always be natural causes for these deaths, but it's sorry?
I was just going to say, so many people make the argument that there's no such thing as a natural death in incarceration, of course, right? And I wanted to go back to something you said, Sherry, about advocating for your husband and about medication. What does that actually look like? Like, how does somebody who's on the outside, who's not in the institution, who doesn't work in the institution, doesn't have access every day to the people who are there, how do you advocate for those kinds of changes for someone when you know that something is wrong and they're not getting the care that they need?
Well, for me, because he's at a psych hospital, he is at the regional psychiatric center still this year, like he was for the past 3 years. It was a little easier. I harass people. They linked me up with a clinical social worker, so I have access to that. But we're already on our third or fourth social worker. Once they have too much of me, they're like, I can't deal with her. Move her on. We want a different person. But I do what a lot of people are afraid to do. I know he's cutting himself, and I'm like, what are you guys doing? I'm showing up to visit my PFEs. He was cutting his feet. They turned into sepsis. He was cutting his arms, his face, his skull. These were things, books that were coming in that were making him think that he had to self-harm to get out. Like they didn't want to take accountability, so I put them on blast. It's like, what are you doing? Like, why do I have my grandkids going into prison and myself, and every week he's self-harming? So eventually I asked them and told them, like, you had him on the proper meds before, and then they took him off. Why? I questioned them, and then they looked and they're like, oh yeah, we did have him on that med. Why did you take him off? Well, they had to balance him out. They cut him off cold turkey. It didn't do anything. So we went through a rough year. I mean, another part of that is that, we're at the 10-year mark. So for lifers at the 10-year mark, it's extremely hard for them. They've given him programs, but there's so many moving pieces to it. And I get he had the skills he needed, but there was more to it. So I held them accountable, said, like, maybe there's something more going on. Do your effing jobs and like figure out what it is. Because if you're not vocal, I find as a personal life, if you're not vocal and you don't stand up for them and be their voice, nothing gets done. But on the other hand, my husband's reintegration worker was told by CSE, watch out for her because she speaks for her husband too much. So
Well, I wanted to go there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
Anybody who knows me knows that CSE doesn't like me, so it's okay.
I actually wanted to go there for a minute. Obviously, today, as we're honoring in particular, I mean, Rand said he didn't want us to use the term honoring, as we're recognizing deaths in custody. We're hearing a lot of pain and trauma, but amidst that, even in what you're saying, how do you hold on to this love and hold this relationship through bars? That's, I think, we don't hear too much about this, right? We hear so much about how people who are in prison are unlovable, and you can't love somebody in prison. If you love somebody in prison, there's something wrong with you. So I just want to speak a bit about that, what it means to be on the outside and still holding that love for your husband and supporting him all the way.
It takes a lot of patience. Like I said, we went through 51 days of a psychosis where I was the enemy. Every day I was the enemy. I had people in my house. I was doing this. I didn't love him. Everything, but I still showed up for my visits every Saturday. I didn't know if I was going in to go see the good Bronson that loved me, or if it was the Bronson that literally hated me and I was the enemy. Some days I would go there and I'd be really good, and 10 minutes later he was bad. A perfect example, we had our second anniversary because we got married in the prison 2 years ago on his birthday, June 23rd of 2023. Our actual visit, our anniversary was not very good at all. He pushed me away. He didn't want me there. He was in a massive psychosis. But you know what? I still showed up. And that's what it is. It's patience. You have to understand, I'm the enemy because I'm always there. And he doesn't mean to do it. I mean, he feels super bad now, but it's, he's like, I put my wife through so much shit, but she still holds on. And some days I don't know how I do it either, but I tell people it's just love. I know he's wrongfully convicted. He shouldn't even be there. I believe in he's wrongfully convicted. I'm grateful this year that Bill C-40 passed, in December, and we're moving along. We're hoping that we're going to get to the commission here very soon. So I'm hoping he's out next year and this nightmare is over. But until it's not, I know he doesn't gear things towards me. I'm not the bad one. It's just I'm the only person he has to reflect on. And some days I look at it like I'd rather have him do that to me than to somebody else. This was the worst psychosis ever. And a lot of people, a lot of prison wives out there, and they will never admit that their man is shitting on them or, treating them bad. Happens. Vocal about it, got through it. It's a man. Everybody goes through shit. It's just harder in prison because you can't do the things that you normally do. You can't kiss and make up after. And I see him when, I'm grateful I get to see him. If I could see him every day where he's at, but I can't because I have to drive 3 hours. But usually I see him today. I didn't see him today. He's like, I'll give you the Prisoner's Justice Day today. So I drove up yesterday just for the day to see him. So yeah.
Well, speaking of that, actually, Sherry, final question to you is, like, we've been hearing from people at events all across the country today, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about the event in your neck of the woods this afternoon.
So ours is small, like always. We don't have a lot of supporters. But same thing we did last year. We made the posters, put up some of the faces of the people that died. I think this year we had 9 posters, so there's about 54 names of the 100 and some. So we did about half. But we did tie a ribbon on to around the legislative building area that we have, one for every person that had died. And I think, like I said, the justice and tracking list was only up to May 2024. I did a little bit of research and found other ones, and we know when I was posting them on the prison page that I have and making TikToks about them, I had other people reaching out saying, "Hey, like my cousin died in prison," and I didn't know that, so they weren't tracked, and so this was interesting. So I do have a little bit of names to give to that injustice tracking list here. I guess hopefully maybe I'll do it tomorrow, but I think we got about 114 maybe names that I was aware of. And there was still a couple more that have been coming through since I made those ribbons the other day. So just it was good to see the few people that did come out. We had a former inmate come out. He knew most of the people that were on that the posters that we had, a lot of those names, and he said, some of those guys died in I think 2010, and he was in one of their cells. Everything they carved on those walls was still there. So that was kind of shocking to hear, but just seeing some of the city councilors come out this time, that was great. That having an interest, and a lot of people were still walking through the park, and they were asking like, "What is this?" Asking questions. So again, kind of like last year, was educating people on what Prisoners Justice Day is and why it matters. And like I told media when they come out, we had an issue where some victim's family of one of the people that were on that list had passed away. He had murdered somebody's family, and they kind of got upset, and we said, we're not here to glorify their crimes. We're here to remember their lives and pay tribute. Not even really pay tribute, but to, I guess, bring awareness to people that this stuff is happening in jail and it shouldn't be happening. Like one of the ones we had 2 youth that were unnamed youth, one that was in provincial custody and one that died actually a few years back where my husband is. So how does an unnamed youth, any youth, get into a federal prison, where adult prison? But that brings me back to my husband started his first federal sentence as a youth on a youth sentence in an adult prison. They forced him to sign a waiver to go to adult prison, and he ended up in the SHU at 17 years old. So it's really, it happens. It shouldn't, but it does.
Thank you.
It's quite shocking actually that those things kind of happen. It blows my mind.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sherry, for sharing.
Thank
Thank you for the work you do and the heart you bring to it, and
Thank you.
bringing us this beautiful moment of love, as well as I know how much you go through and how much you hold down. So thank you so much.
I'm hoping to have a better story next year. I'm actually hoping that he's sitting right next to me next year. So
we will
crossing our fingers.
also hope for that, and we will love to welcome him live on Pjd TV next
Thank
year.
you so much. Have a good day.
Take care,
Take care, Sherry.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
That's Sherry Gordon, advocate, amazing advocate out in Regina, speaking to us about her work, what's happening in Regina, and also you see the real conditions that families deal with as well. Up on the screen, we have some of the names rolling from this year's Deaths in Custody project. So those names on the website, and you can see province by province as well. So if people want to go on that website, that's trackinginjustice.ca, I believe, was it?
That's right.
Yeah. And so you can see through the provinces, it lists from 2000 when the tracking begins, and then the scrolling names are the names just from this year.
I was grateful for that question you asked too, Elle. I was thinking about the series that you and Adil Abdullahi did a couple years back on lifers, and some of those questions and those considerations about relationships of people behind bars that we don't actually get to hear about and talk about very often.
Thank you. Are we going next to, we are going to Hamilton, I believe.
Yes, I believe we're trying to get Kylie Rogers on the line, and I do see her. Welcome. It's nice to be with you, Kylie. Just by way of introduction for our viewers, Kylie's brother, Zach Rogers, was incarcerated and died more than 4 years ago at the Hamilton Wentworth Detention Center, also known colloquially to us as the Barton Jail. An autopsy into his death was inconclusive, but a couple of months ago, the coroner announced that there would be an inquest into Zach's death, and his sister has been an advocate not only for him but for many other incarcerated people and families here in the region and in Ontario. So Kylie, we're really grateful that you've joined us this evening.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I
It's our
appreciate all the work
pleasure.
you guys are doing. It's awesome.
It's mutual. Let's first talk about Zach and about the struggle that he had and what you have been going through fighting for this process to get answers about his death.
Yeah, so my brother Zach, he struggled a lot of his life with mental health problems. We went through a lot as kids, and life just really continued to be unkind to him. And yeah, like many folks who struggle in life, instead of being able to get help and support, he just was continued to be beat down, denied access to different supports that he could have used. And then eventually he ended up homeless for a little while and then incarcerated. But the time that he passed away, he had actually only been incarcerated for something 5 days. So he was picked up on the 27th, and I got the call on the 31st that he had died in custody. And yeah, that was over 4.5 years ago now. And we were told right away there would be an inquest into his death. And right away, I have to admit, I was super naive prior to that. Which kind of makes me even more loud and trying to reach as many people of the lay general public as I can, because you really don't know until you're exposed and you're personally touched by it, or you meet somebody that can fill you in on like what is really going on behind those walls. But yeah, I immediately just started searching for answers, requesting as many documents as I could. I did get a few things, but they really heavily redact a lot of stuff that they release to families. So finally, I can't say finally because I know there's families that wait even longer for inquest, but for me, it's finally, we're heading into inquest August 18th. It will start, and I'm not hopeful that it's going to bring a lot of meaningful change, but I'm hopeful that my family's going to get some answers. And even if it can reach one person in the public to open their eyes and see what's going on, one more person to help us advocate, one more person to try to bring change and end this cycle of death. And yeah, sorry, I can just go on forever.
No, it's okay.
You've shown
And
us just that, 4.5 years just to get to an inquest, which you then have to sit through. So we're seeing how even when there's a name, and there's so many, if you look at the list, there's many unknown names, people that haven't even been tracked. But even when you have advocates, when you have family, when you have people fighting for you, that it takes years to even get to the place where you can even pretend to get answers, which then you don't get, and is incredibly traumatic to go sit in that inquest and have everything in front of you. So can you say just a bit about the journey of families and the kind of work families have to do to get any kind of answers out of the prison at all?
It's such a struggle, and to be quite frank, like my family before was not a solid family structure, but now this has like completely destroyed my family. Like it's been so difficult, and you just meet wall after wall after wall trying to get answers. There's very limited support. There's a family liaison officer who she'll answer your questions, but at the end of the day, they're all paid by the same person. They're all in the same person's pocket. So they really just try to shut you down. And it's so difficult because even when my brother passed away, they insisted that he had a package inside of him. He was a drug addict. He had a package inside of him. Well, that's been shown to be completely untrue. And they just try to beat you down, give you an answer that kind of blames the person themselves and hope that you're going to disappear into the abyss and leave them alone. And some families have to, and they have to for their own mental health and well-being and to preserve their family structure. And I don't blame them for that, because this is so painful. And it is, you relive it every day. You start to do okay and feel okay, and then you get an email or you get a call. Everything is on their timeline. Yeah, like there's no care that, you know, you have a family, you have a job, you have all these other things going on top of trying to fight for answers, for justice, and then realizing that so many other people have gone through this and continue to go through it. It's so difficult.
I just want to acknowledge how mind-boggling it is that officials will give you a story that has absolutely no basis in reality, as you said, in the hopes that you'll just go away if we tell you something that basically puts the blame on your loved one. And just how often we hear stories like that. It's appalling. But Kylie, I wanted to ask you about inquests, and we hear notoriously, Lindsay Jennings was talking about it earlier in this broadcast, about how it is such a difficult process to go through, and how it's not a blame game, right? It's not about holding anyone legally accountable or criminally accountable for what's happened. Um, and so after these inquests happen, we know that there are many, many recommendations, but that they often sit on a shelf and they don't get implemented because they're just that, the recommendations. No one is forced to implement them. What have you learned in the work that you have been doing over the years that we could do now without having any more inquests? What do we already know that prisoners need that doesn't require another one of these processes?
They're truly, like, these processes don't need to happen. And when you talk to the family liaison officer, for example, she will insist, we have implemented all of these recommendations. So many of them have been implemented. So the real issue is then, why are the COs not doing their job? Why don't they follow them? And why is there no accountability for them to have to follow their policies and procedures and the things that they're supposed to be doing? So for us on our end, I think we just keep doing what we're doing, and we keep showing support and solidarity, and, you know, keep lifting people up, keep spreading what's going on. But for them on the inside, truly all they need to do is care about people and recognize that these are humans that you're supposed to be caring for. You know, they're considered oh, oh my gosh, my brain's not working. Anyway,
You're doing great.
yeah, a population that, yeah, you would have to have like a special police clearance to work with them, just like in the hospital if you're working with children. Like, the word is escaping me that I'm trying to think of, but like an at-risk population, they're supposed to be extra cared for, and they're not. And all of these recommendations, if they were followed, none of this would be happening. It's so frustrating. And truly, I think the inquests are a waste of time, a waste of money, a waste of taxpayer dollars, because it's falling on deaf ears. Yeah.
Nevertheless, we do hope that you get some answers and some more insight into Zach's circumstances. And we want to thank you so much for speaking
Before you go,
about him.
Kylie, are you calling for public support at the inquest? And if you
Thanks,
would like
Amelia.
people to attend, can you give the details here, and we'll make sure to put them around to the list as well.
Yeah, so the inquest is going to be virtual. It will be it's on the Solgen website. It'll run from August 18th to the 22nd. But yes, as many people as possible that can watch and tune in and spread the stories around, because I can't share some of the things that I already know, because I'm bound by confidentiality until it starts. But there's some big things that are going to come out of it. Yeah. So yeah, the more that we can share and the more people can watch and support. And I hope it changes something even for one family, but I'm not, I don't have my hopes up.
Thank you, Kylie. And the work you've done matters, setting an example for families that you can push back and keeping the memory of your brother alive and honoring his life as well. So thank you so much for that. I know it's difficult. We send you all our love and support, and we
Thank you
encourage
so much.
everybody to tune in, give some support to Kylie and her family for this inquest starting on August 18th.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Kylie.
Thank you for
Thanks,
having
Kylie.
me.
Take care.
You too.
Oh, that was Kylie Rogers joining us to speak about her brother Zach, who passed away at the Barton jail over 4 years ago. And we will be sharing more information about that virtual inquest happening next week. You can tune in. That'll be next Monday, actually, the 18th of August.
I
And
believe we're headed to Edmonton next.
we are going back out to the prairies. That's right. And we are going to be hearing from an event that happened a little earlier today on Treaty 6 territory in Edmonton that was put on by the Light Fires Project and others. So I believe we have that clip ready in the control room. Yes, we do.
Hey, come on in. I'm Nancy Van Stuyvendale. I'm with the Light Fires Indigenous Prison Arts and Education Project in the Faculty of Native Studies at the University of Alberta. And we are here today at Magpie Books in Edmonton, Alberta. We're honoring the 50th anniversary of Prisoners' Justice Day. So welcome and come on in, come check out.
Well, Prisoner Justice Day to me means fighting for justice for people who are incarcerated in Edmonton and other places in Canada and the rest of the world. I was introduced to Prisoner Justice Day through a course I took through the University of Alberta, a Walls to Bridges courses, and learned a lot about being on the inside from the people who live there and the different struggles for justice that they fight for. Prisoner Justice Day is something that I only heard about this year after 50 years of Prisoner Justice Day happening. And so I think it's a thing that isn't on a lot of people's radar, and a lot of people need to know more about the struggles people face on the inside and their fights for justice and what they're working on and the inequities they face.
Okay. Prisoner Justice Day means to me that no matter what hand people have been dealt or what they've gone through or what injustices they've faced in life, they still have a voice, and we can do whatever we can to make sure that we're all supported and given the best chances to succeed and to have love and support and a community that we know we can count on.
I mean, it means a lot of things. There's a lot of criminalization of very specific people and places and ways of being. Some people are allowed to be who they are and other people are not allowed to be who they are. There's different ways to have accountability in a society. I was just interested. I hadn't heard of Prisoner Justice Day before this year, and I thought I'd come and check it out. I also work in healthcare, and we criminalize people all the time in healthcare. So that's the personal connection for me is, you know, we have this idea that because people are being criminalized in other spaces that we can also punish them in healthcare, and that's not okay.
So Prisoners Justice Day and me go back a long time. My first, I would say, act of resistance, my first protest, my first march was August 10th, 1984, when I was about 11 years old. And I walked from the edge of Edmonton to the Edmonton Maximum Institution with my auntie, who was an advocate and volunteer inside. And so I put that behind me, but I've always had an interest in really how prisoners are treated inside. I thought for a while in my earlier days that I would try and change things from the inside, and I worked with corrections in probation and parole, and did that for a while and decided that that was not for me. And it was, I guess my interest in prisoners' rights was renewed after my late son Lakota started cycling in and out of provincial jails and remands for about 5 years during his 20s. It became very close and personal to see my child go in and out and hear some of the stories about how he was treated. And yeah, so my son Lakota, who I have here, passed away in December 2022 from the toxic drug supply. He died from fentanyl, and he didn't die inside. He died on the outside, but I feel like his time inside, where he spent much of it, I'd say most of it in isolation, really shaped his life on the outside. It really shaped his drug use and his alcohol use. And ultimately, which is what he died from. So for Prisoners Justice Day this year, I'm affiliated with Light Fires at the University of Alberta. And I'm also affiliated with, I have many friends in the harm reduction community here in Edmonton, and I really wanted to bring those two communities together. I wanted to bring the folks I work with in harm reduction and the folks I work with in prison education and art, Indigenous prison and education and art, to start having a conversation about the links between these two communities, because there are many. So Prisoners Justice Day for me is a way to memorialize, of course, to remember those we've lost, but also to think about ways that we can do this better, I think. Thank you.
Criminalization, people whose drugs face will affect them throughout their lives, even as their use changes. Maybe they find some sort of recovery journey that works for them, but they will continue to be criminalized from those charges that a lot of the time were survival. Also in Alberta, we're seeing drug users being criminalized under Bill 53, and we will see them locked away and have their autonomy taken away when it comes to a very personal choice.
So I wanted to take the opportunity today to talk a little bit about this prison newsletter, which is the conditional release. It's a newsletter that the women or the folks at Edmonton Institution for Women started producing in 2023. So there's a long history of prison newsletters, as some of you watching would know. But mostly those were in the 90s, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, and they sort of been censored out of existence. So this is a really important project that the folks at Edmonton Institution for Women are working on. We have these 2 volumes, volume 1 and 2, but for today, Prisoners Justice Day, we have a special mini issue that we've released, which is specifically on Prisoners Justice Day, talks about the history of Prisoners Justice Day, and includes some new submissions from people at EIFW, as well as some of the old newsletter pieces that talk about Prisoners Justice Day. So, and also at the back of this mini issue, we're doing a call out for people in the prairies who want us to submit to a full issue on Prisoners Justice Day. And so if you're interested in that, please reach out. We would love people on the inside and people on the outside to contribute to that full issue. So I just wanted to raise this. We also have copies of the newsletters online. You can find them online through the Light Fires Project. It's just a really important way for folks inside to get out their experiences, artwork, the conditions inside and what they're going through. And I know, yeah, it's really important to get that out into the community. So hopefully you'll check it out. Thanks.
So that was a wonderful, really well produced video from Light Fires in Edmonton, and giving us a lot of stories, histories, and you can see the archival footage as well in the zine that they've created. So thank you. We're going to turn in a minute to a pre-record, but while we're waiting to line that up, I just want to point people to a few reports that have come out that speak to this topic. So we have a report around prisoners and housing from John Howard Society called From Incarceration to Encampment. And so that report shows why so many Ontario prisoners end up unhoused and that relationship between lack of housing and incarceration. So we want to point people towards that. And then we also have from HIV Prisoners Network a report on the health of racialized prisoners. I don't think that report has been done before. So showing that the health of Black and Indigenous prisoners is particularly impacted. So that's called Hard Time Persists, Healthcare and Harm Reduction in Canada's Prison System. And that came from the HIV Legal Network. So those are just two reports we want to point our listeners towards as you stay informed about these issues. We also want to point to a story that ran on CBC asking the question of why so many prisoners die close to their release dates. And so we heard about this idea of natural causes from Sherry Gordon, but is in fact deaths caused by the poor healthcare, the stress, the violence, the conditions in prison, the poor food, often the pandemics, the diseases that circulate. We've heard so many stories of people who died because of lack of healthcare, lack of access to hospitals, and that is what is being called natural causes. So we also want to highlight that as well. And Desmond, I'm going to throw to you for a minute, and then we will introduce, when we have this lined up, an interview with Ricky Atkinson.
Yeah,
we are ready.
I think we've got it, actually. This is an interview that you conducted actually a little earlier with Ricky.
Yeah, so this is a interview recorded today. So this is Ricky Atkinson, who was present during the first Prisoner Justice Day. So part of what we do on this broadcast is not only speak about current deaths, but try to hold on to this history that is so quickly erased and that we are told isn't a real history. So Ricky is going to give us, we're going to play a bit of this interview, and the rest of it will be available on the CPEP page. So we can play that now.
We are recording. Okay. So let me do a little intro and then you're good to go.
Yeah, go ahead, roll on that. Yeah.
So here we are on Pjd TV. We're here with Ricky Atkinson, author of The Life, Crimes, and Hard Times of Ricky Atkinson, leader of the Dirty Tricks Gang, which, if you haven't read it, is a masterpiece in African, Nova Scotian, African Canadian lit. And also a historian, particularly of the civil rights movement in Canada, the Black Power movement in Canada, somebody I'm really influenced by and really honored to have on the show today. So welcome, Ricky. Thank you.
Yeah, how you doing? And thanks for having me on.
I'm great, and thank you for joining us. So you just said right before we started recording that you have a 60-year history. So let's go, lay it on us. Give us the history.
I personally have a 60-year history of my involvement in the Canadian judicial system. However, I come from the largest family of incarcerated inmates in the history of this country. I've been in jails from one end of this country to the other, and I've never been in a jail for long. Sometimes I got there and there were no relatives there, but within short order, a relative would walk through the door. Hey, cuz, how you doing, man? And that was normal for me. And as a kid, my father used to bring us up to the prisons to visit his relatives that were in jail. Keep in mind, this incarcerated family I'm talking about goes back to colonization. It goes back literally several hundred years. So we'll start with Daniel Sampson, who was hung, and he's a relative of mine in 1935, the last person to get hung in Nova Scotia. And then my distant cousins, they were the Hamilton brothers, George and Rufus Hamilton. They were hung in New Brunswick, the last people to get hung publicly there. And more currently, I had an uncle that pleaded guilty to manslaughter on a second-degree murder charge that 100% he didn't do, but he did that in lieu of how the justice system works against the principles of our family, that we have this history. And since we're talking about Prisoners Justice Day, I had a cousin murdered on Christmas night in Beaver Creek, which is Canada's club-fed institution, the softest prison in the country, and he was murdered on Christmas night. arguing over someone over a debt owed $15 or something like that, which isn't uncommon in jail for fights that are lethal to happen for debts under $10. Not abnormal. But anyways, so that's my history in the judicial. I myself was arrested at 10 years old, and I've been rearrested many times after that, all the way up until I hung up my guns. That's the best way to put it. Turned a new leaf and then started doing pro-social stuff, which was when I was released from prison the last time in 2009, 210, around there. So Prisoners Justice Day started, since we'll go to the genesis of it. It started by a group of white guys, and that's how we look at it, because in this Canadian prison system in 1971, when I went in, there was only 3 or 4 Black people and maybe 1 or 2 Native people per institution, institutions holding between 400 and 600 people. So we're a very small population of individuals in this all white world, and we had to defend ourselves from the racists that exist within that world. Keep in mind, the majority of prisoners at the time were not racist, but a minority can start a revolution. And that's the best way to put it. So riots often start by 1 or 2 guys going off, and it happened while I was there several times. It happened in Dorchester Institution, and it happened out west almost simultaneously in the early 70s as white prisoners pushed back against the influence of Black prisoners coming into the institution. Under that umbrella of tension, racial tension within the institutions, I got a message from Joe Patterson, I mentioned it in my book, who was the reigning Black godfather, I'll say, of the Toronto criminal element, at the Black criminal element at the time. And he was serving a sentence, and he sent me a message, say, guys in Millhaven are doing something that are really good. I think the brothers should get behind it because it'll benefit us all. We looked at prisoners, that the attempt by the white prisoners to get Prisoners Justice Day off the ground as something we weren't really interested in, because it was primarily promoted by guys from the East End, which were the majority of conflicts we had racially were from guys from the East End of Toronto. And some from other cities, or like Hamilton, some Windsor, some Sudbury, some, but mostly from the East End of Toronto, guys always testing us and fighting us. And that conundrum, that beef, it exists still today between the West End Toronto guys and the East End Toronto guys. So we weren't that gung-ho to jump on board with what we thought was this play, because when you participated in Prisoners Justice Day, probably still to this day, but in the beginning, when you participated, you lost 1 day's pay and you lost 1 day good time, which means you had to stay in jail 1 day longer. For us to support this thing that was going on, that was primarily a white thing, we collectively agreed to lose 1 day's pay and 1 day of our freedom to support this endeavor. And it kicked off and then started to go from there. And as Prisoners Justice Day progressed from the institutions in Ontario, then it started to go into the other institutions across Canada until it enveloped the entire country. And prisoners from the United States, seeing what we were doing, tried to take it to various prisons in the United States, tried to do the same thing. And of course, guys from other countries tried to do the same thing and taking it there. But it solidified in Canada, stayed in Canada. It's not a Canadian thing. It's really a worldwide prisoner thing. We just do it here repetitively. I would say religiously, we've done it. And at the beginning, you didn't have to coerce people to participate because we all suffered seemingly equally. But with the change in the prison system, the Charter of Rights, the implementation of different CDs and CCRs within the prison system created somewhat a division within the prison. And there's people in certain units or ranges, we'll call them, or cell blocks within the prison system that really didn't want to participate in Prisoners Justice Day because there was a majority of prisoners on that particular unit or that block not from this country, and they didn't see the sense in it. They didn't see the sense of losing 1 day of their freedom and 1 day's pay to support this Canadian initiative. So at that juncture, committee guys like myself, we would not intimidation, but we just say the entire population is doing this, and if you don't participate in it, you may have problems when we're let out tomorrow. That sort of like stopped that kind of, we'll say, I wouldn't say aggression by the inmate committee, but I would say the implementing the importance of the history of it backed off a little in the late 80s to mid 90s as the administration in Canada tried to soften the prison population by implementing protective custody inmates, mixing them with what's called the integrated system. They were integrating the Canadian prison population with PC types, which literally softens the prison because you can't be tough with guys that are around you that are informants and will run up and tell the security everything that you're doing. So, and they were doing that against guys like me for prisoners yesterday. So once I asked the prison population in Bath, Ontario to show up for a meeting because it was really important in the gym concerning prisoners justice day, and some guys didn't show up and other guys intimidated to show up, and the warden cautioned me and said, we can now charge you for inciting a riot or forcing those guys to participate in these meetings, although we, the prison administration, looks at what you're going to do as a beneficial thing to the institution. And prisoners just, I'll reiterate, I'll go back in time. In 1983, I put that in my book, several guards, don't know how many, went into an inmate cell in Millhaven and stabbed that inmate to death. They took the knife and they put it in another inmate cell who was arrested. You can Google this, it's Googleable. And he was arrested for the crime, appeared in court, and the judge ruled that he couldn't have did the particular murder. And since no guards would come forward to tell on the other guards, the case was dismissed against that individual. And the Toronto Star at the time, and I think the Globe and Mail or the papers from Toronto anyways, I remember that, they put an article, Millhaven Mafia murders again. No, not the inmates, the guards. That was what solidified and gave more impetus to prisoners justice day from the Ontario region. And of course, guards at the time were beating up inmates, I wouldn't say regularly, in isolated cases on guys that went off, because in 1982, 2 guards were killed in Millhaven and 2 guards were killed in Archambault, which is a kind of a sister maximum security institution to Millhaven. And the retribution from the guards there was massive after that.
All right, so that was Richard Atkinson. You can hear more of his life story in the Lifetimes and Hard Crimes of Richard Atkinson and the Dirty Tricks Gang. And all of these interviews that we play, when we cut them off, they will be available on the CPEP site so that people can follow up. Again, part of what we're trying to do here is preserve this activism history that began inside our prisons and has lasted for half a century. So anything that we say tonight will be made available to you. We do encourage you to go back and watch these videos. But Desmond, I'm going to turn it to you for our next intro.
Sure. We're coming back to Ontario for this one, and particularly to the notorious Maplehurst jail here in Ontario, where we've been hearing about so many abuses and instances of neglect over the years, understaffing, lack of access to medical care, you name it. But there's a particular incident that took place at Maplehurst that we're just now starting to learn more about, that happened at the end of 2023 when a guard was apparently punched in the face by one of the inmates. That guard was then immediately transferred out of the facility. But over the next couple days, a shocking incident of retribution took place at Maplehurst. I'm going to read to you from a report in the Toronto Star by Brennan Kennedy. As previously reported by the Star, the incident occurred 2 days after an inmate sucker punched a guard, breaking his orbital bone. The inmate was immediately removed from the unit and subsequently transferred to a different jail. The other inmates were locked in their cells. On the morning of December 22, correctional officers from the jail's institution crisis intervention team, an internal riot squad, threw flash grenades onto the unit and proceeded to carry out a mass strip search of every prisoner in each of the unit's 6 wings over the next 2 days. Inmates were forcibly removed from their cells in their underwear, their hands zip-tied, while guards contorted their arms and wrists as they led them to a nearby hallway. They were then forced to sit cross-legged with their heads bowed while other guards trained pepper ball guns at the backs of their heads. There's a lot more graphic detail here that I will spare you. But this was the unconscionable incident that took place as a form of retribution. And our next guest, Debbie Rudolph, her son was at Maplehurst during the time of this horrific act of retribution. and she's been doing a lot of advocacy, and we're very grateful to Debbie to have joined us this evening. Hi, Debbie. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a really rough story, and I wonder if you could just start off by telling us how you heard about what had happened at Maplehurst and what you did after learning this news.
Oh, so my son was in custody at Maplehurst from May 2023. And then in December, December 20th, that is when the guard was assaulted. So my son had told me about that incident, but then I hadn't heard from him for quite a few days after that. So then it wasn't up until, I guess it would have been about December 24th. So 4 days went by and I was getting quite worried, even though I know they have like regular lockdowns. So then he contacted me and then he told me in detail what had happened over the course of from the 22nd to the 24th. So the raid started in Unit 8, but it was wings A, B, and C the first day. And then everyone that was in D, E, and F, they could see what was happening. So they knew they were coming for them soon. So then the next day after that was over, they came over to their wing. So my son was in 8E. So then they came in, they were already on a lockdown. They'd been on lockdown for days with the vents wide open, basically freezing. And then the guards came in and were throwing the flashbangs in and then proceeded to go from cell to cell, going into the cells and strip searching the inmates. Like my son and his cellmate were both strip searched in front of each other. They had to crawl, like lay on their bellies on their beds, crawl out of the cell, put their hands out through the hatch, and then they were zip tied. And then they proceeded to pick them up basically by their, I guess, by their elbows, like pull them out almost like a carcass, type, like you're carrying an animal. And then proceeded to drag them down the stairs. They were shot with the pepper balls in the back. If they cried out, like they would cry out in pain because obviously they're wrenching their wrists and their shoulders. And then they proceeded to take them to the hallway where they had to sit cross-legged and keep their heads down and sit there for probably at least an hour to 2 hours while the guards marched behind them, pointing the pepper balls, like the laser, with the laser sights on them at the back of their heads and threatening them with, we're the landlords and you're the tenants. And if you are to ever assault a guard again, then we will make your life a living hell. We'll do this on a daily basis. So yeah, it was a major show of power. And then they took them back to their cells, proceeded to ransack the cells, took out all their belongings, took away all the blankets. And this whole time they'd been just in their boxers. And so they'd been marching through the halls and everywhere in just their boxers, barefoot, and then back into the cells. And they were left there for, I don't know how many hours upon hours with no blankets or any other belongings in the cells and just left there to freeze. I ended up asking my son to, I wrote down as much as I could of what he was telling me. And then I went to visit him on, was it Boxing Day? And they had just managed to get their jumpsuits that day. So they'd been sitting in their underwear for like at least a day or so. And then they also had to, a lot of them were wrapping sheets around their feet because they didn't get shoes. The day that I went, they finally received their shoes. That was on the 26th. And he was wearing shoes that were a few sizes too small. So he had to like wear them with the backs pushed down because they basically just threw bags of shoes into the middle of the floor and just said, you know, everybody fend for yourself and grab what you can get. So on the 27th, I also phoned the ombudsman and I filed a complaint as a third party. And they actually took my complaint. And the woman that I spoke to, she escalated it into an investigation with the information that I had at that time.
What has the impact of this incident been on your son? And how has it affected you to hear that he and others have been treated in this way?
My son really struggled with this whole incident. It just like just being in Maplehurst itself is an ordeal just because the conditions are so horrific in there. And then the level of violence, because I mean, they're on lockdown so much, so it creates that pressure cooker environment. And so after the raid, he was already struggling before that, but after that, yeah, he had a lot of nightmares about what happened. It was an ongoing issue with him trying to deal with it on a daily basis. I also had him write a statement, like a very detailed statement, and I actually recorded that statement on speakerphone just so that I could have it in case they were to try and take it away from him. He was in there for 15 months total, so this happened around the 7 or 8 month mark when he was there. So he still had to stay there quite a while after that before he went into court. And he wrote a whole statement like for court stating, it has impacted his mental health significantly. And since he's been out of jail, he's really struggling, and things
really,
have.
two things that strike me. One is how familiar these images are from, for example, from Trump's deportations to Seagot, so this real attempt to install the same, not that this has ever been absent from Canadian prisons, but the same images of people in their underwear being marched out with their heads down. So we see this global, the way that these regimes work. So just hearing that imagery is so familiar to the imagery you've also seen coming out of these, so-called super prisons as well.
Yeah.
But I guess what also strikes me is that the guards must have known that they would be found out in some way and just didn't care, like the total impunity with which guards operate, because there is no punishment for them. We've seen over and over, we heard about Ashley Smith's inquiry before. The guards were, never got convicted of anything. Over and over and over again, we've seen, you can kneel on someone's back, you can kill them, you can waterboard them in the shower, and nothing happens. And there's a complete culture of impunity for guards here. So I just wonder with that, how is, like you said, this court, I'm just curious what has actually happened. Like, I know there's been some news about this, but is Maplehurst actually being held to account? Or any of the guards actually charged? Like, are these people still working there?
Not at this time. So basically all they're doing is giving people reduced sentences. And then when people get their lawyers would have to get the video. So when they receive the segment of the video for their client, they're basically forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and it can only be used in court. So then they're basically giving out sentencing deals to try to make up for what's happened. But other than that, there's been no other repercussions. Like, I have filed complaints with the Solicitor General, and all they did was write me back. I've sent a very detailed complaint with my son's recording, his statement that I transcribed from the recording, also a couple pages worth of the conditions in Maplehurst, and they basically just sent me a webmaster letter making it out like it was a one-off and that it was unsubstantiated complaints.
What do you think ought to happen, given what we've seen, Debbie, given the reporting by the Toronto Star, given the little pieces of information that have come out of this, and of course,
Well,
everything that you know from your son?
I think they should be brought up on charges, just like Justice Colette Good said from Brantford after she saw the video. I mean, they've destroyed tons of evidence, and I knew they were going to do that because for months no one could even get the videos. There was many lawyers that were trying, and I had been in touch with some other lawyers because my son had to switch lawyers at that time. So then his new lawyer was scrambling to get this information, and I'd also contacted lawyers in Toronto, and they were saying that the Solicitor General in Maplehurst were actively trying to seal the file. And so now it's come out in the news that they've destroyed hours worth of video and falsified statements. Well, they've all lied about the whole incident. And I think they think because they're wearing that riot gear, their faces are covered, plus they've got balaclavas. They also have that speaker that's in the front of their helmet, so it disguises their voice. So they think they're just anonymous.
This is very similar, of course, to what happened at Kingston Prison for Women, where they very much sent in the male riot guards, and we saw the same behaviors, and that's over 30 years ago. So, same conditions. I guess I would also suggest perhaps a class action lawsuit, but there's nothing you can really do. I mean, as we know, this is same things. I've heard the same stories out of Edmonton. What they were calling clockwalks, like forcing the guys to line up, and so these constant sexually charged, sexually humiliating, like really violent things that guards are doing, and then go home in our communities. And if they don't want to protect the people in prison, they should be protecting the rest of us from people that would act like this and think that that's okay, but so, I mean, it's so frightening to think that you can behave like that, get away scot-free, be held to no account, and then walk around among us, and that's supposed to be keeping us all safe. So
Well, and now
absolutely.
their story is, you know, that well, the upper management ordered us to do this. It's like, well, I don't think they ordered you to do all that you did, and you seem pretty eager to inflict extreme violence on people, like collectively. And then now the union backs them. The union just basically says, well, you know, they give a false narrative that it's so dangerous in jail that this is why they have to behave that way.
I can't think of anything more dangerous than the way that they treat prisoners on a regular basis. And I guess that's my final question for you, Debbie, is that outside of this horrendous incident that we learned about from a couple of Decembers ago, I just wonder what your reflections are on the day-to-day conditions at Maplehurst when this kind of really outrageous stuff isn't going on, just about the day-to-day neglect and what you think can or should be done about it.
I personally think Maplehurst should be closed. It's just a relic of a building. Like it's just the conditions, just even for the working conditions of the guards is terrible, and the inmates is even worse. I mean, right now they're sitting in there. I couldn't imagine this summer with this heat wave. They have no air conditioning. There are three per cell. The only air conditioning is in the bubble where the guards are. You know, they don't have showers for days and days at a time. The toilets don't work most of the time. They don't even get toilet paper a lot of times. They're ripping up old boxers to use for toilet paper. You know, and then they're hoarding boxers because they only get one pair a week and one pair of socks and t-shirt. So they're like doing their own laundry in the cells and hanging it up on like clotheslines they're making out of blanket strings and hanging over the railings. And you know, they're like when they do get out of the cell, it's like, do I go have a shower or do I use the phone? Like it's just this constant high anxiety all the time, right? When my son was first in there, I didn't even see him for 2 months. I basically had no contact with him unless I went to court. And then his lawyer would get me down into the cells there because they were still on their COVID protocol. So you'd have to phone there to get a visit. Well, no one would ever answer the phone. So you
Yeah,
just
we
couldn't
experienced
visit.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Well,
is
Debbie, it's so difficult to hear these stories, and I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to have to relate them, how difficult it's been for your son to have experienced these things. But this is why we're here today, to hear these testimonies
Yeah.
and to try and expose and fight for better conditions for everyone on the inside. So we give you all of the respect and gratitude for coming on and for sharing this stuff with us.
And Debbie, sorry, before we let you go, is
Yeah.
there anything that people you want, is there a site people can go to, letter sending, like is there any support actions that you would like from people that are watching today?
I don't have anything in particular, but I mean, well, you guys work with Lindsay and I'm always in contact with Lindsay, and I think that would be
Thank you. And also thank you to the courage of your son for giving this
a good start.
testimony while he was under the regime of the very same people who abused him. If it weren't for people that had the courage and fought past the shame that they want to put on people to speak out, nobody would have known. And thank you for believing in your son and fighting for him and for everyone. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for your time.
Have a good night, Debbie. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Whew. Well, that's why we do this, everybody. It's so hard to listen to these testimonies, but I don't know what we would be doing if we weren't even finding out. Imagine how many of these kinds of stories are happening behind the walls that we never even hear about happening. And it's like hard for us to have to talk about these things. And I'm sure hard for people like Debbie to have to relate them. But we are grateful. That was Debbie Rudolph talking about her son's experience in Maplehurst, which has been quite a lot in the news in the last several months over the awful treatment of prisoners in Maplehurst, which continues. I see that we're getting the live up on unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples in Victoria for PJD open mic night at the University of Victoria's campus community garden, which has been organized by Tamara Humphrey, Audrey Yap, and others. Audrey, can you hear us?
We can see Audrey. Yeah, there we are.
Unmuted. Nice to see you. Hi,
Hi.
Show. How are you?
Tamara's trying to wave, but
hi, Tamara. We'll wave
that way. So, hi. We're out in the garden. We have a little audience. We sort of set it up so that if people don't feel super comfortable being on the camera, they can be over on that side. And other folks can be, and anyone who feels comfortable talking will be over here. One of our friends has some things to share.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, please.
And so I think, hi, I'm gonna turn this mic over to you. But I guess the hypothetical mic. Do you want to stand over there? You want to turn it over to you?
I'm over there.
Okay, move it. All right. I'm not gonna lurk behind you like a weirdo. I'm gonna head over here.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hey,
Please
what's
introduce
up?
yourself. Welcome to the show.
Hi, my name is Jose. Could I start
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Go right ahead, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Jose. Before I say anything else, I want to take a moment for those who aren't here, those still behind bars, the ones who didn't get a mic tonight, who are still counting days instead of chasing dreams, who are still being silenced by systems that call themselves justice. I know that silence. I lived it. Just 24 days ago, I was released on parole after serving a sentence of 15 years to life. And tonight, I'm not just standing here as someone who made it out. I'm standing here as someone who's ready to speak out, to push back, and to challenge the very system that tried to keep me quiet. I spent years inside watching lives disappear into the cracks of a system that was never built to hold us up, only to hold us down. I saw talent buried, voices ignored, and humanity stripped away in the name of punishment. But I also saw resilience. I saw people teaching each other, healing each other, dreaming beyond the walls. And that's why I'm here. Not just to tell my story, but to remind you that every person behind bars is more than their sentence, more than their worst mistake. They are artists, thinkers, leaders, and loved ones. They are people who deserve dignity, opportunity, and a future. We talk about justice, but justice without humanity is just another form of control. So tonight, I'm asking you to listen, not just to me, but to the millions of voices still locked away. I'm asking you to question what justice really looks like. And I'm asking you to stand with us, not in pity, but in solidarity. The moment that changed me didn't happen in a courtroom. It happened during a hearing of a serious disciplinary offense inside prison. I was charged for consuming THC, a substance no longer criminalized in Canada. I stood before the senior independent chairperson and made my case, calm, clear, grounded in law. And she looked at me and said, "You think you can change the laws?" That wasn't a question. It was a dismissal, a warning, a reminder that inside those walls, truth doesn't matter if it threatens control. But that moment didn't silence me. It woke me up. Because if the system fears change, then change is exactly what it needs. 15 to life taught me a lot. It taught me how easily dignity is denied, how punishment becomes routine, how silence is expected. But it also taught me how to listen, how to think, and how to resist. And I didn't figure this out on my own. I learned it from other prisoners, guys who had been through hell and still showed up for each other. In the yard, in the block, in the moments when everything felt like it was closing in, they stood tall. They taught me how to hold my head up when the system tried to crush it, how to fight without losing yourself, how to believe in something better, even when it felt like a lie. They didn't just survive, they showed me how. And when I had the chance, I passed that strength on. Because inside, hope isn't just survival, it's something we share to stay alive. Their example stayed with me. It showed how I moved through my sentence, how I made sense of the system around me. Because the truth is, incarceration didn't rehabilitate me. It exposed everything the system tries to hide. It revealed the cracks. It showed me how deeply that system resists transformation, even when the law outside has already evolved. And I realized being right isn't enough. You have to speak, even when it costs you something. That's why I'm speaking now. And it's why I'm preparing to study law right here at UVic. Because after everything I've lived, I know justice isn't just about rules, it's about people. UVic laws focus on Indigenous legal traditions, restorative justice, and radical accountability speaks to a deeper kind of learning, one that begins with listening and leads to transformation. That's the kind of advocate I hope to become. Not to wield power, but to dismantle harm. to challenge the logic that built the walls I lived behind, to unlearn carceral thinking and help build something better from the ground up. To the question, you think you can change the laws? My answer is still, fuck yeah. Because I've lived their failures and now I'm ready to live their reinvention. Before I close, I want to thank three people. Hold on a second. I'm trying to. Okay.
We got you.
I want to thank three people who made my re-entry possible. Andre, Tamara, and Jeff. You didn't just help me navigate paperwork or appointments. You helped me rebuild my sense of self. You reminded me that I'm more than a sentence, I'm more than a life, more than a statistic. Audrey, your encouragement reached me when I wasn't sure I deserved to be heard. You didn't just tell me I mattered, you made me feel it. You helped me find my voice again, not as an echo of who I was, but as a declaration of who I could become. Tamara, your strength wasn't loud, it was steady. You held space when I couldn't hold myself. You pushed through red tape, setbacks, and silence, and never once backed down.
I think we've had our live frozen during what is, I think, one of the most beautiful moments that I have experienced in the many years of doing this broadcast, from our friend Jose, who's talking about being incarcerated for 15 years on a marijuana charge, and thanking some of the people who were steadfast in supporting him all this time, talking about wanting to start his own career in law to support people who've been through what he's gone through. It's just wonderful, wonderful stuff. And I'm sorry that we are cut off through technology and unable to hear the end of that. You're muted, Al.
Okay, we're all doing tech right now. I said we're waiting to get that back. I'm sure Audrey will reconnect us. But what a
That was
beautiful
beautiful.
statement by Jose showing, I mean, this is why we're here today. Justin just put this in the chat. The solidarity inside and beyond bars, and the work that we can do, all of us, both inside the prison and outside the prison, to uphold each other, to maintain our humanity, and that's what the fight is about, right? So,
And Jose said something about hoping that he can be an advocate in the future. You're doing it now, my friend. You're already there. Like, you don't have to wait for anything. Those words are so powerful. Whew. Um, you're watching a live broadcast of Prisoners Justice Day 2025, the 50th commemoration of Prisoners Justice Day in Canada. As we have been bouncing around from east to west to the prairies to Regina to here in Toronto where I'm at. We're out in Halifax where Elle's at, and just hearing from so many different voices, people who have survived inside the walls, messages recorded from people who understand the conditions and understand the circumstances of what we talk about on a day like today for Prison Justice Day. Families, parents, relatives of those who have gone before us, talking about a lot of people who have passed away, unfortunately, because that is the reality of incarceration in this country and around the world.
and I want to say that this has got to be one of the, if not the oldest continuous commemorations that is still, so 50 years in Canada. We often don't talk about not only the contributions of our prison justice movement, but the contributions that prison justice movements overall have made to civil rights, movements like Black Power, Indigenous rights movements. So there is none of this activist history and revolutionary history and abolitionist history without the work of prisoners on the ground. So as we listen today, one of the things that we want to be emphasizing is the importance of archiving these stories. We've heard from people, not just names, but even in real time, how things like camera footage disappear. It's hard to get the names of people who passed even a year ago. So the work we also all do here is to keep those stories and lives going. I see Jose, you're back. Thank you so much. That was so beautiful, and we want you to continue. So I hope that like you can, whatever you want to say and finish, we're really here for it. So thank you. I'm so glad we have you back. You guys are on mute.
The sun fried my phone. I'm sorry.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
It wasn't the sun, it was the speaker.
Yeah, just any additional, sorry, go ahead, Jose. Just any additional thoughts from you and from your friends.
We heard you up to, you were speaking about Audrey and Tamara. So
Okay.
if you want, yeah.
That again, or I'll start bawling again. So do your
okay, I'll start
do your
with Jeff
calls.
then. So
Yeah.
Jeff, your humility was quiet but unwavering. You didn't need to take up space to make an impact. You listened more than you spoke, and when you did speak, it was the clarity and care. It was with clarity and care. You helped me stay grounded, but not by giving me answers, but by reminding me I already had them. Together, you showed me that support isn't just a service, it's a relationship. It's built on trust, patience, and presence. And I carry your kindness with me into every step I take forward. So here's my call to everyone else. Don't let tonight be the end of the conversation. Let it be the beginning. If you've never stepped into advocacy, step in now. If you've never questioned the justice system, start asking. If you've never listened to someone who's been incarcerated, start listening. Support organizations fighting for prisoners' justice. Show up for parole hearings. Write letters. Volunteer. Vote with awareness and speak with courage. And if you've lived through the system, know that your story matters. Your insight is power. Your voice is needed. Justice doesn't change because we hope it will. It changes because we demand it, because we build it, and because we lead it. So let's lead with truth, let's build with purpose, and let's begin together. Thank you.
Jose, I
Thank
just
you
wanted to
so
say,
much.
I said it when we lost you on the live for a minute there, that you mentioned something about wanting to be an advocate in the future, and you're already doing it. You're already there. Your words are so, so powerful, and we are blessed to have gotten to hear from you today. Thank you so, so much for sharing your experience and for your commitment to continuing to fight for other people who are behind the walls.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank you. What a blessing. Thank you so much. And we're sending you all our support in these, difficult days of reintegration, coming back into the world. But we know you can do it. We all believe in you here, and we're all behind you.
Thank
100%.
Thanks.
Y'all have a wonderful rest of the afternoon. We're about to head out to Vancouver now.
Right. Thank you.
Is there anything else you guys want to say to us before? I know you have a whole event going on, but anything else quickly before we head out?
You wanna say anything, Tan?
No,
No.
Okay. All right.
Covered it all. Yeah. Yeah, he
Okay.
knows what I'm gonna say, so Okay. Take care.
Y'all take care.
guys.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Much love. All right. We're headed into. Go ahead, Desmond.
I was just gonna say I love that we've been given a note here that we're doing bonus coverage. It is now 10 p.m. Eastern where I'm at, and I think it's 11 p.m.
It's
on
11,
the
but this is
Atlantic.
actually short. This is we've had years where this has been like 8 hours.
Yeah, don't remind me.
I remember I was on painkillers. I always get injured or like sick for this. So this is the first year I think I'm actually intact and well too. But we are indeed in bonus coverage now, but we're not
We
done.
are.
So stick with us.
We're not done. We're headed back, sticking on the west side to Vancouver, where I guess it's about 7 p.m. On the west coast now. And they are having a PJD event in Vancouver that we are trying to get a live to right now. Let's see how that's coming along. I can tell you.
Yep, here looks like we have something. Here we go.
So we've got a Vancouver Prisoner Justice Day Memorial Rally happening, and we're just gonna hopefully plug right into that. Take you to it live right now. In progress.
There we go. And I hope we're unmuted on the tech side.
Yeah, we're just working on the audio.
Was how hard it is to get a family doctor.
So that's what we do. We hook them up right away, so then they're not breached and sent back. But you know what? That's what they do. You're left to your own devices. Lifers. I had a lifer, Murray, that's his little soul. He's passed on now, but when he first got a phone, he called me at Indigenous Innovations and he didn't know how to work that phone. He was used to an old rotary phone. So I could hear this recording on my answering machine, well, my voicemail, and he was like, can't work this fucking thing. And I could hear him throw the phone and he was so upset because he felt stupid. Nobody told him or showed him how to navigate. He didn't know about sky trains. He didn't know about buses, like the transit buses here, you know what I mean? So all types of stuff like that we take for granted out here. People like the lifers, they really need that support. So clothing, a simple fan, donations, anything helps, right? So I think I have to let everybody else talk to. So I'll let you go. Thanks, guys. Find your face a bit. Thank you. Open up. Okay. My name's Rosie. I'm originally from Montreal, and then I got this with I'm a lifer. I received life 16, and after 23 years, I got out 4 years ago. Woo! So I'm happy. I'll have to say I still have a lot to give back. My victim's family, and one of those things is volunteering with joint effort. I also work with Women Expanding Boundaries out in Burnaby. Circle Project came to me and it was just great. Brenda's gonna be up later to speak about that. There is some names I put up on over there last year, and I think there's a couple more that need to go up there. Kind of nervous. I don't know why. I mean, you guys are all just pretty cool people, and you're here obviously to listen and learn. And it's hard to speak about some of the stuff that goes on. Jackie brought up a lot of stuff, and I'm sure Fallon will, because she's just a marvelous advocate as well for the women inside. Yeah. Anybody have any questions? I mean, I'm hard to get going here. Somebody shout something out, please. Huh? You donate to prison. Oh, yeah. How do we support the 10 pack? Oh, there's a little joint effort, it's itsy bitsy, but it's over there and it has all the information on the table. And you can also talk to Kirsten about how you can do that. There's a few places like I go out and buy a lot of the pen packs, and when Kirsten was in Japan, that's what I had to do for 4 months, and it was like, oh my gosh, it's not easy. Everybody wants name brand stuff, and if you're going to Walmart, you're just not going to find that. So, but you try to please everybody, and it's difficult when they're asking for a lot of clothes, and they also want a TV, and they also want a fan, and they need to talk radio, and and we rely on one benefactor actually to help us with that, and the women are very thankful for it. I know when joint effort used to come in way back when I was still inside. I mean, we look forward to that, man. And I'm sure to get a pen pack and you don't have family, you don't have friends, you don't have the money. Yeah, it's a big help. You just don't even know. And Jackie's story about the thing with the phone. Holy Christopher, they were still I think they were that big, the new phones when I first went in, and coming out and learning how to do that, it's just all new. When I got on the bus by myself,
I was heading east, like, you know, I was trying to get down to Clark and 12th, and I don't know where the heck I was going, but that was pretty interesting. And the thing I liked about the buses was like, you know, they talk to you, tell you what the next stop is. That was so cool. Yeah. And just getting things like, you know, when you leave prison, you have your little photo and it has your, I think your FPS on it and stuff like that. Try coming out and opening a bank account. I mean, things are a little crazy when you're trying to find a bank that'll cash, like, you know, some something. Anyway, I was telling Fallon here he's probably gonna share some really good stories with you. I was saying, like, you know, I'm in a place now where I'm kind of shaken off prison somewhat, and I'm in a place where I feel, you know, I've got my little suite, or they used to call them bachelor apartments. I don't know, but and I've got my little dog, just cuter than cute over there. That's Buddy, and yeah, my auntie lives out here in Richmond, and I thought this would be the end of the line because it was kind of prohibited from going back to my home province, Ontario. But you know, I put it out there. I want to go home. Yeah, I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. And I'm trying to get there for November for my mom's 85th birthday. So that's gonna be something. Anyway. Thanks, for the one question.
Good afternoon, relatives. My name is Felon Vanessa Lanabi. I'm going to speak a little bit about joint effort right now because I've been asked to do a presentation a little broader than what I prepared for. Thank you, Rosie, for this. Joint effort is an organization that has provided a lot of relief for people behind the wire. You think about earning money inside, you get about $2.50 a day on average. And to say for a pair of jeans, you're looking at probably the most of your sentence. The procurement companies that are providing services for purchases in prisons are jacking prices up as much as 140%. And the Correctional Service of Canada is okay with that because we're all garbage and we shouldn't have anything nice and we should just learn how to accept that we're scum and kind of the message that they send. So when we buy that pair of jeans that it's 140% more than what the average citizen would pay outside. It shows that it's a system created that they can pander to the tax basis of the provincial and federal governments, increase the funding so that they can put more prisons on the land. Turtle Island doesn't need any more prisons. So when we get people like, we get people with joint effort, and there's a lot of other amazing organizations that work with people behind the wire, but this crew here, this team here works feverishly to get as best an item they can for the people inside so they can regain their dignity. They can look at themselves in the mirror. They can walk out and feel like they belong to a community rather than walking to do shit, being just like it. Joint effort has done so much for people behind the wire, and they also work with people beyond the wire, jacking her initiatives and helping the women that come out. And we need to open these services up to the men. We need to see that our brothers and our sisters are all suffering the same way. And with our kindness and our generosity and our ability, because we have ability and we have will, and as long as we put will and ability together, we're going to help joint effort become the rescue bears for the people inside behind the wire. And the women need the help. There's no wages, there's no jobs. They're packed in like sardines. The heat is killing them. Prisons is killing them. These modern day residential schools got to be brought to a stop. And in between there and now, we have these people who are contributing to our lives in ways that you cannot possibly imagine what that means to us. So I'm going to say hi to joint effort, to the amazing women who work there. We all love you and we all care that tomorrow is your day as well. So, hi, and I guess I'm gonna have to say something.
So I do have a thank you for each of these speakers, and just so folks know, what I'm giving out today, this soap berry concentrate was actually harvested by a friend and a lifer. So that's a gift for each of our speakers, and I just want to thank Little. She used to run a business called Maplehurst Medicines, and she did harvest these. And all of the medicines here actually. So we're, spreading all of this good medicine today. Thank you to Little and Mitch. Why did joint efforts stop going in? Sorry, did I yell that? Okay. Did I write a 20-page paper on it too? Yeah, I was pissed. Who wants to share a little bit about why joint effort stopped going in? I feel like Laura could say some things. Okay. I mean, ultimately, because fuck prisons and everything they do is designed to administer torture. But Laura, do you want to give some specifics?
Hi, everyone. I'm a former member of Joint Effort for 25 years. And so the prison system brought in the reliability status clearance for volunteers. So before that, we had to do criminal record checks and fill out a form and not say fuck prisons on the form and do an orientation. And the reliability status is what you would get if you are like a spy with CSIS or, prison guard or you're moving prisoners from place to place, or you are looking at people's personal files, right? So we were doing none of that. We were escorted through the prison everywhere that we went, we were monitored, and we didn't have access to people's personal information. People would tell us their names and we believed them, right? And people could make up names or tell us their real name. It didn't matter, right? And so in 2017, they started bringing this in, and gradually all of our clearance ended until there was just one of us going in. And we fought this and Joint Effort fought this on a national campaign, and organizations in Kingston and Montreal and places joined in. And we just wrote letters, and it's a really good thing to do, write letters. First to the warden, then to regional deputy minister, then to the head of CSC, and then to the Minister of Public Safety. And then from there, a couple years after that campaign, Elizabeth Fry told us, oh, they changed it. So they did change it back, but they didn't tell us, Joint Effort, that had started the campaign. So so a couple of us on the outside have been trying to go in with their new rules, which are supposedly taking, like, not using the reliability status, and we haven't been able to get in. But if anyone wants to go in and start a new group inside, I'm happy to kind of strategize and give that experience to be able to make other attempts, because I think it's just so important that people go inside, right? You're a witness, you're finding that like individual, like attention to people, you're deinstitutionalizing by just stepping inside and saying hi to someone. But some of the events that we have in joint effort, I mean, almost everyone just transformed the space. So yeah, that's almost. One more,
All right, that was footage from Vancouver, and we are back. We're coming towards the end of our broadcast, but if you're still hanging with us, we still got some time to go. What we're doing in this bonus footage is we're going to play some more of our interviews that we have recorded and also read some of the statements that we have. I see that I'm going to be in charge of reading this. Oh, good. Desmond's back. I was going to say,
I got
my
you. I
eyes
got
are not
you.
that good that I can see things on this screen. So, Desmond, take it away. We're going to share the statement from Winnipeg.
Yeah, this is a statement from Treaty 1 Winnipeg Prisoners Justice Day, and I will read it here. Today on Prisoners Justice Day, our organizations and community gathers in remembrance, ceremony, and reflection. We honor the lives of those who have been lost within the prisons and jails, those who passed away in custody, in silence, or without justice. This day calls upon us to recognize the systemic the systemic harms that continue to impact incarcerated people, particularly Indigenous peoples and other marginalized communities. As we come together in shared ceremony and moment of reflection, we hold space and honor those impacted and to uplift the voices so often silenced. Through this gathering, we stand in solidarity with all who have experienced the weight of confinement and reaffirm our commitment in healing, accountability, and meaningful change within justice systems. That's from PJD 2025 in Winnipeg.
Thank you, Des. We're going to go now to an interview with Fallon. We saw a bit of Fallon Albee speaking at the Vancouver event that we were just watching, but we're going to watch a bit of an interview, like the interview with Ricky Atkinson. We will play a piece of this and the rest of it will be available. So Justin, if we have this lined up, otherwise we will fill for a little bit. Then we have a couple of more statements that we're going to share on the show. I also want to give a shout out to many of the disability justice organizations who also intersect and do a lot of prison work as well. I know they've been sharing this. So we want to also say that we've talked about many different impacted populations. People are unhoused, Indigenous people, Black people, and of course, people with disabilities. Not only is prison a disabling experience, but as we know from mental health, physical disability, prison is an absolute beast of an oppressor for that population as well. So we want to thank the solidarity of all the disability justice coalitions across Canada as well. And I believe we now have this interview with Fallon queued up. So, perfect.
Okay. Hi, Fallon. Could you please introduce yourself to our audience and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi, all. Yes, my name is Fallon Vanessa Lynn Albee. I am a Two-Spirit Métis trans woman. I have 22 years of lived experience and now inside behind the wire, and now 2.5 years, almost 3 actually, of day parole. I'm here, I guess, of a complexity of different reasons. Today I want to speak about Prisoners Justice Day.
And can you tell us what Prisoners Justice Day means to you?
Prisoners Justice Day is that one day a year where people on the inside can be reminded of the hard work and the loss and the suffering that went before them, and that the benefits that they have today are largely because of all of the work that was done by those who walked ahead of us. As we proceed through what we do on our daily living inside, we must remember that those are easily lost if we abuse them. And I try to remind people through Prisoners Justice and the way I walked while I was inside, that every day should be a contribution to Prisoners Justice Day.
And when you say what people do on the inside, can you tell us a bit more about that? So how people see it? We're in 50 years of this now. So is that tradition still continuing inside, and prisoners are still aware of the history and why this day exists?
There definitely is an awareness, and sadly, it's a much watered down awareness, not through anyone's particular fault. I'll start back in time when I entered the system, and even whilst I was in pretrial custody, the Prisoners' Justice Day was observed and it was celebrated. It was respected by both those that were in custody and those that worked at the institutions. And over time, I guess, much to some of the time when the Conservative government was in, there's some ideologies about certain things shouldn't happen and certain committees should no longer exist and lifers groups should not be recognized and all kinds of things that happen over time. So Prisoners' Justice Day for me, when I saw how people were reacting to it, it was that moment that I aligned very much with Remembrance Day. You know, we remember people on Remembrance Day who gave their lives to fight for this country. And I also remember everyone on the layers of that onion that have died in many other ways that may or may not have been completely related, but we're still part of society and we exist as human beings and citizens. And eventually we're coming back to the towns and cities and communities we came from. Why wouldn't we want to remember those that may have influenced us to help us get back there? And I think a big part of what I really want the public to know is that despite the fact that somehow or another we became involved in the criminal justice system and we're behind the wire, we contribute to our lives. I'm a prisoner's legal advocate because I cared.
Sorry, you got cut off for a minute. Can you say I'm a prisoner's legal advocate because I cared again? It froze a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I became a prisoner's legal advocate because I cared and I guess I wanted to make a difference in a pain in their ass, but I realized that what they needed was someone effective, and I learned how to be effective. And I guess that's what they regret, because what they taught me, I put in practice every single day. And man, it's been an uphill battle with doors slamming in my face at every turn, but I still continue to do the work because every day for me is Prisoner's Justice Day.
I like that. Prisoner's Justice Day started because of the death by suicide in custody by Eddie Nayland. Could you talk, I know it's a difficult topic, but is there anything you'd like to say about your experience of witnessing death in custody?
Oh.
And yeah.
Wow, that's a hard one. When I understand death in custody, I see where someone's death may have began there. And some die behind the wire unjustly and through all kinds of different ways. Some self-inflicted, but a lot of them just by clear, sheer, utter broken spirit. And no matter how the end comes, it's all because the system kills. It does not provide a safer society. It actually complicates matters for society, and they don't even realize how much. That's why it's so critical that the work that we do in the arenas out here and, you know, all of these incredible advocates. And I can think of so many foundations and conferences that are going on and happening that are critically important to get the news out that prison has to be done a certain way, and it's not this way. Prison doesn't need to be prison. We don't need brick and mortar structures to help people correct behaviors, even if it's over a long term. We have much more humane and proper ways of doing this. We're leaders in the world. We can set new precedences. We're doing it now with the government that we have. And, you know, fortunately we do, because otherwise I think we'd be in a dirty mess. With all due respect.
You said something really important there, which is that deaths in custody don't just happen in custody. It's often people dying by overdose when they get out, people dying on the streets, and also the generational death. That sometimes it's through generations of a family because of the impact of prison. I think that's a really important point that I really like how you've opened that up so that we understand deaths in custody as taking place in this wide, especially for like the Indigenous community, you know, there's such an effect.
Yeah.
Generational institutionalization in prisons on the entire community. So that's really beautiful. Thank you, Calvin.
You're welcome. It's a really close thing to my heart, because I also believe that the time inside divested me of the opportunity to be a part of lives in my life, and I lost them. Overdose, and it's painful.
Thank you. And Fallon, I know it's so hard to share on this day, so I really thank you and for this vulnerability as well.
That was Fallon Obby, and we're so thankful to Fallon. And again, I know we're cutting off these interviews, so please do go and check them out in full. There's so much more in all of these interviews and events, so we will be making that available. We are coming towards the end of PJD broadcast, but first we are going to share some statements that we have from different groups. So these aren't the only PJD events that took place. We've dropped in on some of them, but there's other events, including inside prisons. So we're going to move to this statement from Nova Institution.
All right, so we had multiple statements being submitted, and we'll take turns reading this off. Jamal Francique needs to be remembered. Jamal Francique was sadly killed by police 4 years ago and left 2 beautiful children behind. He's from Mississauga, Ontario. In memory of Derek Whalen. R.I.P. Jason Lagacé, gone but never forgotten. We miss you so much until we meet again. Mabrana XOX, killed by police high-speed chase a few years ago and left 2 beautiful boys behind, and remembering all the deaths at the hands of the Canadian carceral state today, including those behind and beyond bars. Miss you always, Sky Martin. Love you. Your friend, Brittany. Shine bright. Camille Strickland Murphy, miss you so much. Veronica Parks. To always remember the lives we lost, may they now be at peace, sorry, and no anger come their way anymore. R.I.P. Rest in peace. Michael Blizzard, Bruce Mailman, Donald Peters Sr. The prison system tries to break us down. We need to stick together against the system instead of fighting with each other. There are too many people dying and being treated unfairly. I know a girl who died because a nurse gave her the wrong meds and she had a heart attack. The jail covered up her death as an overdose. R.I.P. to all those in heaven. In memory of anyone who's lost their lives to prisoner injustice, Becky Zellward. Rest in peace, Dean Young of Winnipeg, Manitoba, murdered, Stony Mountain, 2024. We will never forget you. We are not bad people. We have a disease that causes us to do bad things. You can lock the door and throw away the key, but you can't stop the clock that will one day set me free. Megs Haley, Zach Golden. To Lisa Mason Adrians, for being strong, she spent 16 days in a dry cell, treated very unfair and inhumane. I, Mallory, would like to acknowledge my little brother, Peter Paul, who passed away in the correctional center in Cape Breton, and like to acknowledge my friend, Sarah, who passed away, who passed away in the correctional center in Burnside also. Rest in peace. Love you guys much. R.I.P. Camille. Or Camille. To always remember, we all make mistakes, even police officers, but some take it too far. They don't even realize the lives they're really corrupt from police brutality. We, the women, stand together against this. Dorothy Smith. So those were some of the statements that were shared during the PJD event held last week at Nova Institution for Women on Micmac territory in Truro, Nova.
Veronica Parks and Camille Strickland both died in Nova. So those are 2 of the names being honored. Sarah Denny died inside Burnside. She had COVID, pre-existing health conditions, and Peter Paul died in the Cape Breton facility. So some of these names that they're acknowledging are also from facilities they themselves have been in and were in and are in. So thank you for sharing those.
I would add that Jamal Francisque passed away in January of 2020 out here in GTA in Brampton after being shot multiple times by the police. And his mother, Anne Marie White, is still out here many years later advocating for other families who've had the same thing happen to their loved ones and advocating against police violence and police brutality. It's wonderful that people on the inside still remember these names and these lives.
We're going to also now move to a recorded statement by Kim Pate, Senator Kim Pate, former executive director of the Elizabeth Fry Societies of Canada. So we're going to play that now.
Preventable death of a prisoner in segregation.
Or are we?
At Millhaven Penitentiary 5 decades ago. Today it marks the international struggles against continued neglect, silence, and inaction regarding the human rights and legal protections of and for prisoners. We stand in solidarity with prisoners, their families, supporters, and allies across the country to honor the memory of the youth, men, and women who have died in prisons. Half of women in federal prisons are Indigenous, and 96% of women segregated in isolation are Indigenous. It is vital to hold Canada to account for ongoing legacies of colonialism and its victimization, criminalization, and imprisonment of those most economically, racially, socially, and personally marginalized. Together, in solidarity, we can and we must build a fair, just, and inclusive future for all. Miigwech. Merci, thank you. Prisoners' Justice Day began as a commemoration.
So that was Senator Pate sharing her statement made by the Senate. We also do want to acknowledge, as we look at these issues in Canada, so-called Canada, and across Turtle Island, we also want to acknowledge the connections between what's happening here and what's happening across these empires, including, of course, in Palestine. So as we're recognizing deaths in custody in Canada, we also want to acknowledge the direct connections with our prison system. For example, a memorandum of understanding that exists between Canada's DOJ and Israeli prisons. So we have direct connections, and also, of course, many of the same techniques of solitary confinement, torture, abuse that are used, like we heard in Maplehurst, we know are being inflicted on Palestinian prisoners and much worse. So our solidarity today is also with everybody abducted, incarcerated, kidnapped, tortured inside Israeli prisons, including thousands of minors and all of those imprisoned in administrative detention indefinitely.
Thanks for that, Al.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
just
Justin.
there. There's since October 7th, 2023, there's been 18,500 arrests in the West Bank, 1,500 minors, 570 women. Okay, so carceral state operates here, operates there, and we need freedom and justice for everyone.
The voice you're hearing, by the way, is that of Justin
Do you want to come on
Pjd
camera,
from the
Justin?
criminalization and sorry, it's too many hours into the broadcast for me to get CPEP right.
Yeah,
Criminalization
punishment education.
Criminalization and Punishment Education Project. We should have come up with a shorter name, and apologies for some of the technical hiccups. Those are all on me, folks. And despite the reminder to play videos to unmute, you saw that there were a few lips moving without audio, and that was because I
This is community broadcast, so you appreciate Justin. You did so much work behind the scenes getting us here today. But I wanted to bring you on camera for a moment, just to talk a bit about prison expansion, the fight against prison expansion. So if you could tell us about that work you and others have been doing, particularly in Ontario.
Okay, but I think it's important to acknowledge that there's new sites of human caging that are being erected everywhere. Like right now, there's upwards of $3 billion worth of new provincial territorial jails and federal penitentiary infrastructure that's going up. There's a health excellence center, for instance, that's going up on the grounds of Dorchester Penitentiary at the moment. So, this problem that we're speaking about today, the capacity for the state to kill through imprisonment is getting larger, and we have to stop that in order to be able to get to the decarceral futures we want. So, there's hundreds of millions of projects, depending on which jurisdiction you live in, that are going on right now. If you're in so-called Montreal, Maison Tanguay, a new one's going to get built, but there's an opposition campaign involving various folks in Montreal that they're hoping to stop that. There's a whole host of new prison infrastructure that the Ford government wants to build here in Ontario that we're trying to fight against, including a whole bunch of it's like Doug Ford is playing like Sim City with prison building right now, plopping these little 50-bed units in different places like the Niagara Detention Center in Thorold. Quinte Detention Center getting 66 new beds for women. They're turning a youth facility in Sudbury into a women's jail in Sudbury. Whole host of fucking shit. So all this is going on. Some of it's documented in a piece that myself, Olivia Gemma, Mackenzie Plum, and Liz Vaxel wrote in Criminologie in French last year. You can find that there. It's available online for free. But in the meantime, we are working to stop these things, and one of the campaigns that we continue to work on is the campaign against the proposed prison in Kentville. But just know that we're coming up in the 5-year anniversary of that prison being announced. The government has still not put a shovel in the ground. They're not going to put a shovel in the ground. And we're going to be rebranding the campaign very soon into the Coalition Against Proposed Prisons, and trying to build coalitions across Ontario and across the country to fight together to win. And because there is all this infrastructure going on, and we have to stop it. So stay tuned for Coalition Against Proposed Prisons.ca to come up very soon, I believe on August 27th, the 5-year anniversary of that ridiculous decision by the Ford government to try and build a prison on unceded and unsurrendered Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory on the site of the former Kentville Agricultural College farm that has floodplain. Sounds like a good place to build a prison if you want to build one during a climate catastrophe. Food, arable farmland. Let's build that during an age of growing food insecurity. And a Rideau River watershed creek that they're going to have to spend millions of dollars. We've got those documents now, millions of dollars to redirect that because they want to put the fucking prison right on top where the creek currently runs through. These fuckers are insane. Anyways, sorry, that's my academic analysis.
Speaking of that, I also want to say with many of the fires, we know, for example, there's fires burning in Miramichi. Renous prison is just outside of Miramichi. So this is part of a partnership that you're also running, Justin, part of the Disaster Prisons Partnership, looking at the impacts of climate change and other man-made, corporate-made, capitalist-made disasters upon prisons. We heard earlier in the show about, for example, Maplehurst, the heat wave, lack of air conditioning deliberately because they air condition the guards, but not the prisoners. So as heat increases, that leads to deaths, especially elderly prisoners, people with pre-existing conditions, diabetes, high blood pressure, etc. With these forest fires, many of them are in areas where prisons are, which tend to be in these like rural wooded areas as well. And you mentioned the possibility of things like a floodplain. So I know that work is beginning that you're doing, but we also want to acknowledge, at this time of climate change, prisoners are, including very famously during Hurricane Katrina, where prisoners were left to, die in the prison in New Orleans as well. So I don't know if you want to say anything about that before we move on.
Yeah, I mean, just to say that we, the forest fires, the smoke, we've all been feeling that. Go outside and some days you can't breathe. So just imagine what that looks like when you're trapped inside a cage and the HVAC is already shitty, where there's no air conditioning in the middle of a heat wave that lasts forever. Like there's one going on in Ottawa right now. Like I'm sweating. I'm in the office. There's air conditioning here, but I'm like my feet are sweating right now. So I don't even want to know what's going on at OCDC. I can't imagine. So, and they're evacuating prisons because of fires and stuff like that. Like this is untenable on a whole host of different levels, and we're trying to map the impact that climate change is having on imprisoned people, community reentry, what that looks like, how that is impacted by climate change, and then also um, um, yeah, just looking at disaster response that the government is that government's put in place. So that's a little bit what we're doing.
We're gonna keep. Oh, go ahead, Des.
If I could just add a couple of thoughts too, just on the immigration detention front, we were told last year, and I know a lot of people were really encouraged by the news that Ontario was going to end the practice of using provincial facilities for immigration detention. And then right after that announcement, the government said, actually, we're going to do it for a little while longer. And then they said, actually, we're just going to extend it for a whole new year into September of 2025. And I was just thinking of that when Justin was talking about the construction of new facilities, is that the federal government is going to have to also continue to expand its capacity for immigration detention as well in this country and in the province of Ontario, because it refuses to end the practice of immigration detention. So people have to actually continue to go somewhere. And I don't have a lot of hope with this new Carney government of ours federally that the practices of immigration detention are going to be curbed, because, of course, we see what's happening with Bill C-2 and with the trying to restrict asylum claims in this country. So we have to continue to monitor and continue to fight with and uplift the experiences and stories of people who are facing immigration detention in this country. And another thing that came to mind just talking tonight about Maplehurst, and it's the facility that I'm probably the most familiar with in this kind of work. Um, a lot of the focus of the, I will say, excellent reporting by the Toronto Star when it comes to immigration detention has been about saying what our guest said this evening about reduced sentences. And it's almost like sometimes I feel like this is a way of pressuring the government by telling the public, hey, criminals are getting out early because of the horrific conditions that are in places like Maplehurst. And yes, that's true. But I'm not worried about people getting out of jail early because the conditions are bad. I'm worried about the conditions themselves and what people are going to suffer and how they're going to be when they come out, if they come out, because lots of people don't make it out. And I just want to highlight that despite the fact that I think that there's some good reporting and exposure going on out there about these kinds of conditions, that using the prospect of prisoners being released early is not a scare tactic to motivate the public to improve conditions in jail. The conditions themselves are the problem, and I get alarmed when I see that kind of reporting, and so I want us to continue to think about and focus on that too.
It's also more pronged than that as well. As I want to add that when people get out, so many people just want to put it behind them, move on. They need to get a job. They need to reconnect with their families. So once you're out, it's often counting on people not having the energy, the resources, the time, the mental health to pursue those charges, and also the fear, right? That we let you out and you can come back in and experience the same thing. So they're relying on a lot of fear as well. So when they're commuting sentences as such, let's not believe they're doing anybody any favors. That's part of the cover up, with the expectation that once people are out, they will let it go and just try and maintain their freedom.
Thank you for saying that.
We are going to move. We began this show by speaking to members of the Tracking Injustice Project, and we're going to end with the names. I know Justin is going to pull that up. We're going to, I guess, share in reading these names.
Well, before we do that, I got up, we started also with the original demands of the original Prisoners Justice Day activists, and I just wanted to re-summarize those once again from earlier prison justice days. The rights to meaningful work with fair wages, useful education and training, proper medical attention, freedom of speech and religion, free and adequate legal services, independent review of all prison decision-making and conditions, the right to vote, the right to form a union, to adequate work and safety standards, the right to open visits and correspondence, and the right to natural justice and due process, all of which continue to unfortunately be relevant today.
Thank you, Des. Justin. Sorry, you guys, I have to lean in to see these chats. This is live TV, so I try not too much because then you just get someone's face like learning in.
We're gonna get you some bifocals for next.
I have, but they're just not cute, man. Like I can't be on like Prisoner Justice Day broadcast with like my my glasses, man. Like sorry, I can drive with them. All right. Can we pull up these names? Do you want to pull up the website, Justin? And the names scrolling are the names from the past year. Is correct, right?
While we're getting that up, this would not be possible, this evening's broadcast, and all the advocacy would not be possible that we bring you this evening without like so much support and so many hands in community. You heard from so many different folks this afternoon and evening, and we just want to say a shout out and thank you to everyone who has made this possible. All the organizers of PJD events across the country, all of the people inside who continue to get their stories out using every and any means that they can, all of the families who are continuing to advocate out here. We are so grateful to all of you.
And every year, it looks like it's not going to come together, and then everybody pulls together, and it always is a beautiful event and a powerful event, a solemn event, an important event. So thank you to everybody from all the different groups across this country, the Abolition Coalition, and Justin for pulling all this together. Do we want to start? I guess we'll go province by province, and we'll have to scroll to get to the names from this year.
Yeah, so I'll scroll down and I'll say the first name that I can see from post last PJD on August 10th, 2024. But as you'll see, as the Tracking Injustice Project has documented, there's been over 2,300 deaths that they've been able to document through freedom of information requests, court inquests, and other rigorous research since 2000. Right. So, and then 86 deaths in 2025 alone. And the year's not over yet. So, we're going to start with Alberta since this is in alphabetical order and we're scrolling down for a long time, unfortunately. So the first death since last PJD, last time we got together, was Jonathan Wells, 42. Caleb Head, 32. Nathaniel Burchett, 25. Unknown. Michael Hobbs, 50. Van Forays, 35. Lado Cisse, 40. Unknown. Gilbert Robinson, 69. Donald Pepper, 49. Richard Bishop, 58. Eric Reed, 34. British Columbia. Oh my God. Here we go. Sorry. It's going to take some time again because the carceral state has killed so many people.
I'll read these for British Columbia.
Yeah, so we're
since last year.
Gregory Narcisse. And
Thank you. Gregory Narcisse, unknown age. Gerald Doman, 72. Angel Jones, 47. Eugene Joseph, 47. Tyler Van Basten, 33. Sean Duffy, 39. Christopher Braun, 43. Jonathan Reginald Taylor, 92. Unknown.
Fucking dude.
Garcia Ribeiro Diaz, 85. Unknown, 80. Darwin Heilman, 81. Unknown, 77. Abraham Froes Friesen, 66. James Talbot, 82. Randy Brady, 59.
We're gonna move to Manitoba next.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what just happened. 2 seconds.
That's okay.
People in their 80s and 90s dying in prison.
So since last year, we have unknown September 15th, 2024. Unknown 62 in October. Another unknown name in January of this year, January 16th. Michael McKay, 54, January 21st, 2025. Shane Kruchak, age 50, January 23rd, 2025. Gordon Cornelson, 80, June 7th, 2025. Oh, sorry, 6th of July. No, yeah, 7th of June, 2025. Another unknown name, June 27th. And Tyson Harding, age 44, July 9th, 2025. And 80 years old we see there as well.
New Brunswick. On August 10th of last year, William Best. And then unknown, a few unknowns from 2024, Joseph Turple, 64, on April 24th, and then unknown later that year. Oh, sorry, Newfoundland and Labrador.
It doesn't look like anything recorded since 2023.
And hopefully that's indeed the case.
The Northwest Territories, we don't have anything recorded since 2021. Nunavut, nothing recorded since 2019. Nova Scotia, I will read. We heard some of these names from Nova. So since last Prisoner Justice Day, John Daly, 61, October the 4th, 2024. Unknown, 25 in February of this year, February 22nd. Unknown, 37, age 37, February 28th, 2025. And you see those were just weeks apart. Then another unknown on April 22nd. And then Blair Chisholm on July 6th, age 62.
Okay, now we're in
I'll
Ontario.
move to Ontario, and Desmond, if you want to take these names.
Yes, I will.
There's a lot of scrolling, as you can all see.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay. So on Prisoners Justice Day last year, unknown on August 11th, 2024. Frank Goad, age unknown, August 13th. Wilson Stairs, age unknown, August 24th. Unknown, August 28th of 2024. Joshua Sandy, 26 years old, August 30th. Ron Skunk, 59, September 14th. Eplio Cusano, 69, October 4th. Donald Musselman, 24, October 15th, excuse me. Brody Robinson, 23, October 29th. Robert Smith, 55, November 23rd. Alvaro Bonfanti, 75, December 2nd. Unknown.
There's 40 of those for 2024. So we'll, yeah.
Let's just take one moment for all of those unknown people. Douglas Cutbush, 51, January 8th, 2025. James Gallant, 30, January 12th. Joseph Powes, 68, March 5th. Richard Shearer, 45, March 5th. Donald Hurry, 63, March 13th. Unknown, 42 years old, March 17th. Ayrton Bittersing, 69, March 21st. Dennis Urig, 84, March 23rd. Mangok Al Akol, 27, March 27th. Orlando Ashby, 42, April 26th. Unknown, 46 years old, April 27th. Unknown, 65 years old, May 1st. Muhammad, 28, May 5th. Richard Pauly, 73, May 9th. Zafar Ola, 59, May 21st. Dennis Stewart, 70, May 22nd. Robert Edgar, 89, May 27th. Unknown, June 16th. Sheridan Drennan, 67, June 23rd. And then we have 23 more unknown deaths in the province of Ontario in just really the last 2 months of this calendar year.
Prince Edward Island, we don't have any since I believe 2021. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. If you want to read Quebec, Justin.
Okay. Can see Quebec has quite the record keeping with the unknowns in terms of their disclosures. Okay, just hold on a second. I'm just trying to. Okay, since last PJD, Michael Manette, 33, August 24th, 2024. Guy Bissonnette, unknown, September 15th, 2024. Jeannot Vincent, 38, September 19th, 2024. It's actually my second child's birthday that day. For that. Danny McElwain, 62, died on January 2nd. Dominique Poirier, 29, on March 22nd. Unknown, died on March 30th, 2025. Guy Toussignan, 69, died on April 9th, 2025. Jean-Claude Dorion, 82, died on April 10th of this year. Adam Williams, 47, died on June 13th of 2025. Sylvain Cabucci, 26, on July 20th, 2025. Oop.
And finally, Saskatchewan.
Sorry.
That's okay. Since last PJD, we have unknown, age 41, on August 17th, 2024. Dennis Granois, 65, on November 7th, 2024. Unknown, 62, December 2nd, 2024. Unknown, 29, March 18th, 2025. Rob Wapachakus, age 69, April 27th, 2025. Unknown, age 44, May 6th, 2025. Barry Nygren, age 78, June 2nd, 2025. Gerald Straightnose, age 61, June 5th, 2025. Matthew Scoville, age 42, July 11th, 2025. Mary Ellen Young, age 44, July 18th, 2025. And then we have an unknown in 2025. So that would be very recent as well. And then you can see Yukon, and then there's more unknown names. So there we have. So you can see how much is not known, and every single one of those names we want to take a moment just to recognize. So we'll take a moment here, and then we'll be leaving you. It's been a long night. Thank you to everybody for joining us, especially the families and the people who've been incarcerated. You've been joining us on Pjd Tv. This is a production of the Abolition Coalition, a group, all the different abolition groups across Canada, an example of the collective work that continues today and the work that needs to continue in the future. Desmond, I don't know if you want to take us out.
I just want to say thanks, Elle. Thanks, Justin. Thanks to everyone who's made this year possible until we are all free.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. All our love and solidarity. Let's keep struggling for the next 50 years, 500 years, until all the prisons are gone and everyone is free.
Good night, everyone.